little bit more. Ideal.
Yeah. Like, then we'll look back and it's got everything.
If you can go higher, that's better too.
Okay.
It's not on camera to tell the game's over. There's no pips. Into the set.
My Red Bull hit right in the song.
He does all the thinking, like,
Sorry for keeping you waiting. You wanna like go get some rest or whatever?
excuse me, do you work here? Do you work here? Do you know the ticket start?
Yes, I'm just the street.
It's okay. Excuse me, do you work here?
I
There's
wanna
a
know
schedule on the TO desk.
where?
The TO desk in the middle of the room, like the big square of tables. There's a big screen with a schedule on it.
Okay.
Try that.
Do you know ticket started?
Oh, just check the schedule. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I would just go like take a rest. Feel better later, let me know. Otherwise, I can just take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, wait.
I think it's like 2 sets behind. No, the loser side of this pool is behind. Yeah, it's 2 sets behind. So if I could get Ziggy and spot back and then just get them on the chicken.
One chicken winners finals. And I get the
All
other.
right. Got a hot dog.
Yeah, take your time. Sounds like we got it.
Pretty good for arena food and normally priced instead of like.
Sorry.
It's like decent as far as I know. It's definitely better than Genesis. Holy shit.
I do not get food there.
Genesis was so fun.
You never went to Ontario Convention Center? Maybe you did. Main Stage or Paragon or any of those. Go for it. Save it. How's the drive up? You didn't have to get a U-Haul? Sorry, you're eating. Gotcha. Yeah, man. I'm thinking with my Civic tires, I want to get like a, maybe not an SUV, but something with that much space that I could like really load it up.
It's tight. It's nice to have.
Yeah.
So like,
What kind of car is that?
it's a Sierra Mini.
Sierra.
I could definitely pull it up to this.
Right. So they're cleaning out the storage unit underneath my apartment,
Yeah.
which means that after the remodel, they'll be available for renting again. And I'm thinking it might not be the worst place to have CRTs. You know, depending on how much it costs. Having a storage unit that I have 24/7 access to that's like right next to where I park my car would be pretty cool. Yeah. Be able to plug up, help out the TOs when I need to. It's right there in unison. That's what I'm cooking right now. Yeah, I just moved. I live on 15. Yeah.
And I saw Elkie's going by.
I was in Denny Triangle, South Lake Union area, so over by Google. But I was in U District and then moved to downtown and then I moved back to U District. So it's just been pretty much in that dumb. You're in Cap Hill. You're at, oh yeah, we went to your place here. You're at Crossroads?
Right next to
Oh.
Stop. I'm right next to the light rail station.
Yeah, no, but it's Crossroads, right? Broadway, something like that. Broadway Connection. Something like that. There we go.
Graystar, dude.
Graystar, is that the name of the developer?
Yeah, Graystar like it's like a national, like notoriously like evil corporate partner.
Wow. I didn't know that. Are y'all hot swapping? Very cool. Very cool. Oh shit. I lost my bag. Fuck. I had my swag bag, my goodie bag. double fogs versus the peach.
Was who?
Second guess.
Yeah,
So sorry, not Cody J.
not good. Unruly JB. Yeah, very same.
Why don't you talk about?
What's up?
You were saying said someone like here, someone you talk about rivals.
Maybe this is
Oh, I probably, I was just figuring out how that's going to work and all that. Probably talk about it.
Okay.
Ultimately, yeah, it's not pressing. I was just curious how it what's my
Drop off the trophy somewhere.
else?
This is where no. This is where the crew battles.
Oh, yeah, we can. My stuff is all back here. Feel like your partner. Just send the rest to me.
Do I give this to you? It was me and Vince versus Evan and Yunpei. Leave them to us. Okay, you got that.
would they give us 7 cards? And it's me, Wilma Holland, Dara, Colin, Sergeant, figured out people, and then also Eddie and Blitz. Well, Eddie isn't even here yet. Colin got here a couple hours ago. So I don't know about them. I don't know about me either. But everyone else wheezes. Like I was hearing alternating wheezes across the room last night. Or this morning, I guess. And I half asleep. I thought someone had a CPAP machine or something. Because it was constant. Alright, I gotta eat some. I'll catch you later.
How you doing, Leon?
We're chilling. No one's come by to commentate, which is a bummer, but it is what it is.
Do people know that they can?
I don't know what to do with communicating with people.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we can put it on like an APB and like after everyone's here and see if we can get people around.
I'm not too worried, but yeah.
It's no stress. I like to have it.
Yeah, for sure.
Everything else, any fires?
As far as broadcasts, no.
Nice.
Dealing with other stuff.
Could be worse.
Yeah, could be worse. Cool. Thanks for being solid here.
Of course.
stepping in for Nicolette. Yeah.
That's really funny.
All right. Well, thanks for holding it down for Nicolette.
The set count.
How long on paper is it?
Huh?
How long on paper is it? What did you say?
We're about to start another pool, so probably. I don't know. Can I see the mic? Yes, you can. We really should have just DQ'd them. They were 50 minutes behind. 50? They were 50 minutes behind. Because Beast Fleet was an ultimate. I will get them for you.
Yeah.
game one does. I like it one.
Which set is this? This is.
Is this similar?
What type?
Okay. I'll report these scores. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Good news is, you can't not eat.
Yeah. I mean, they're feeding it for free. How much you guys want?
It's pretty good. It's been really frictionless outside. So that's nice. Tell me about scores. They need to be reported. I'm going to report them.
Pick one.
1-3-2. That's the only one that he's updated.
Not winners finals. I thought we played one.
We did. 3-0 for.
Right. Oh no, I have to log in. Brackets. Melee. Not ladder. Not singles. There's doubles. Those two. I hate how when you open Start GG, it keeps mixing up which brackets are where. Alright, 3-0 for Long Gun Shoe and. Okay. Confirmed?
Yes. And then this match is in progress.
Currently,
I'm not gonna touch that until
Yeah,
we're done.
don't worry about that.
Okay, I'm gonna go track down Mystery Soul.
yeah. I just want to play through the rest of this.
Yep.
I want to take like a 15 before we get started.
for our really baby.
I don't know why that's there because we should only clean gown Christmas. That one is Vince Sylvie versus Vincent Duck Robin. 3-0 Vincent Duck Robin. I want to grab you guys' feet.
No, I'm not just throwing out some shit.
Another USB. 3-1 PC symbol. B to pass. Yeah.
I hope so.
Who?
Oh, duck ramen.
Venison is like 4 in Alberta, duck ramen is like 7. Alberta has low-key really good foxes, and that's about it. Last time it wasn't.
Last time,
Probably gonna be in this case. No.
It's just like 2 months or something. 6 weeks, yeah. Because of this, I'm not going to be there Monday. And I'm not looking out for Passover until this. So I'm just going to figure it out.
my biggest spirit. Just like without the people you're probably should be kind of not. Not like the way just kind of.
I feel like characters.
Fair. Not so.
Why isn't there commentary on the stream? Because
Yeah,
it's
because no
open.
one came. It's one that's open. It's open.
You should hear game noise. Let me know if that's good. You ready?
Nancy's still in Dallas.
Watching some of the doubles replays here. Mark is such a silly team. I think we lost to that team last battle PC. Simple easy. Yeah. Vito. Haven't you heard? He uses both controllers. What? No. Who is? That's crazy. Shit happens. People die sometimes. I'm going to Smash Camp in like 2 weeks. No, Arizona. I'm pretty excited. See ya. I don't. What are you talking about? Never happened. Never happened. Yeah, the best. But he's still in Capitol Hill. Same place, right? Same place. Yeah, I've been there multiple times. Been to both. Independence Day. It's probably been like a year, right? Oh, is it? Like a window unit or like what? Like an essential?
this your community stream? Is this community streaming? Perfect, right? This will be open up soon for bracket.
Yeah, so we're in Devil's Brain right now. It's too soon now. We said I am going to
Yeah, cool. So if I write like 2 more sets right now, it should be okay then.
Clutching all at once. I know. This it would have been unscheduled otherwise, but it's fine.
like I said,
I know.
tournament schedule is vital to the event.
No, we're good. I'm just it's there's nothing wrong with the bracket or the event. It's my personal soul.
If it helps, I'm not worried about it.
No, I know you're not. Well, I know how of the things you get worried about, and if you're worried, then I'm worried. Why is it that sometimes the stream will, like I've seen Mystery Soul on King's Soul thing fade out and then fade back in sometimes? Like right there.
It's switching to their Twitter ads. It's their socials. Yeah.
That's it for double. I see. Okay.
I don't set it for anything. That's
Okay.
all in the graphics.
Yeah, no, I thought it was static for doubles. Fire.
No, the only thing for doubles we don't have is like a proper. This doesn't. Yeah, doubles great for the same.
You're here for photos? Come back in like 20 minutes.
If you're doing singles too.
You want? Wait. No, you're taking photos. Yeah, then come back in.
Like 10, 15. It's pretty close to singles.
like getting it.
How you doing?
Can I grab
Do you need a Red Bull? Alright.
What's wrong with it?
Run an auto stream, Benji. Oh yeah. How's HBox Agent doing? Did they beat? Oh, did they lose to Josh Manora? Holy. With Mr. Electric too. Not even. It's Falcon. Yeah. He entered like a tournament in Idaho as Mr. Electric and won it, beating like Aura and multiple other people, playing only Falcon, and then now he just plays as Josh Man. Because he's like, I'm gonna go full-time Falcon or whatever. I don't know. He definitely has at every tournament I've seen him. Yeah. But like, he could still do it for BOBC. Yeah. Yeah, I know, that's what it's weird. It's like, why would you go for... Oh, wow, Hitchbox tried to drill rest. The crazy thing is he tried to drill rest a Peach that would have died to drill up. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Yeah. I'm not very good at coming up. I mean, I'll give it some thought. Oh, wow. Did they counterpick to Yoshi's? Who counterpicked to Yoshi's? I gotta go watch a set. Graves is playing.
That's Inky Salami versus Web White SP. Inky Salami wins 16. questions? Thank you so much for playing.
I always perform better when I break ones. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Of course. No worries. Things are a little funky. So, welcome back.
I heard the happy news.
Straight up, I think we just wait for 5 minutes.
I agree. What was the score?
3-2 for.
I still need to do the one before that.
Oh, okay, well, losers reset.
Yes, yeah, no. Before that one. I still have losers finals that I didn't get to score because memory sucks. No worries. Yeah, Mystery Soul Elkies versus Gengar. I lost pieces. I had him in my hand. Hold on. says 3-0.
Good enough for me. I think you're asking me to change it. Just
Yeah. Okay. And then game 5, right?
Game 5 loses, or yeah. Reset and then they won.
That's incredible.
For real, that almost never happens.
Wait, what the fuck?
Refresh strategy.
Oh god, I hate this stupid site.
It gets like that sometimes.
I hate how when you're going into
Sometimes-
seating, you have to reload it in order to see your full pool's ways when you're doing seating. It's so fucking. What were you saying? Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Cool, so we're gonna hang tight till 5?
Oh shit!
Did you do it backwards?
Yes!
I'm out.
Because they flipped it.
Yeah.
I've had 2 different people come up to me and ask DSR. I'm like, it's best of 5, what do you think? Okay. Yeah, okay. That's done.
Cool.
And then we got all the medals out together. Top four.
I gave the medals out to the top 2.
I heard.
They're all set. I didn't do like a ceremony because I
Okay.
don't have a space for it. So.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Cool, we're chilling. I'm gonna get this ready.
see you.
Excuse me. Is this the quad stream for like on one of the computers for like things starts at 5? Is this where it needs to go?
That's a great question. For all pods?
For melee.
Melee quads. You guys are the only melee quads, right? Melee quads, that's you guys?
Okay. So
Pardon?
Sorry, are you talking about Melee live or pre-stream? Like, really tomorrow?
The live, I assume. I mean, okay. Let me just. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Is Rivals happening here now? Or?
So we just wrapped doubles. We're kind of like the dedicated rival side stream.
Okay.
So we're taking singles back up at 5 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
One of them should be able to take care of it. Because this is not just recording stuff.
Oh, I see it.
Okay.
So what is this?
I suppose. I'm just plugging stuff in. I don't even know if any of this is set up.
Okay.
Well,
I'm going to talk to Drew now.
okay. Okay. Assignment yesterday.
How's it going?
Like there's so many elements to it that are like so fucking weird. Like number one,
I'll talk to you later. I got
number one, talking about it.
Yeah, that's like
Bad. Like you'll be like, sorry, I've got an exam that day. You're like it's not even, it feels like, are you like 10? You know, like, of course, that's like not the right way to look at it. That's problem number two is like, so I did an assignment and I got like $100. It's obviously nice, right? But then there's this feeling of like, I'm like almost 32, and I'm just good psych class, being like, oh, I got 100 on my assignment. You know what I mean? It's so hard. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
I know I've seen them around.
I just went back to grade 12 and like, oh god, I used to my math test. Like, people feel like, get out of here. Like, you know, like, so obviously there are people in the class that are like older. It's not just like a bunch of 18-year-olds.
That's awesome.
And a lot of it, like honestly, number one, that's pretty dumb 18-year-olds. Honestly, it's exposing me to like people that like I never really interact with. I say this in the least neat way possible, but sometimes you're like really become insulated. You're only working with like others. So it's I don't know, people just like ask bizarre questions. And it's like, and it's making me sound like such a dick. Like, well, just like I remember they were talking about what makes psychology a science.
I guess someone else knows
Just be like,
It's not super.
the scientific method.
Totally fair.
People would say stuff like,
So I might come back
use tests.
tomorrow.
They'd be like, okay. Someone else would be like, experiments. And it's like, holy fuck. Like, and those aren't even bad answers. Like, some people would be like, because it affects the mind. And you'd be like,
Actually, when I was doing my test,
so that part was weird. Also, I think I imagined myself as like, you know, I had a lot of issues in school. I didn't get bad grades, but like, it's like school's like not designed for me. It's like, it's all this like, keeping track of dates and times and assignments. And so I thought like when I came back and like something would be bad and something I'd like grown out of mature. No. Like, not at all. Everything is still like really hard to keep track of. There's some things that I like really just got a 0 on, like that were like 0.25 in your grade or 0.5 in my grade. So I was like, oh, this was like on a different website and everything. You know? And then even just like I just which locals are you working? Like
So I used to do master races for podcasts. They just did.
I'll go to the right place.
So some
well he's not coming to pick me up.
Hello, hello.
Off my phone, so.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Battle of BC7.
Set it up so I can hear first.
We are just testing to make sure that this commentary is working and being brought to you guys.
It works.
It works.
Okay.
All right, off to pools. Good luck, everybody. Have fun watching.
Just like straight all the way through this. I think we get like a week off.
Good news, the microphone works.
We're killing it so far.
Okay. That's what we got for you, this microphone.
Okay.
All these sets queued up.
Okay, and there's water over there that I can grab, or
Yeah.
okay, cool. But yeah, so like I don't know.
That's good that you're doing it, though. I mean, that's the important thing,
Yeah.
right? Like deciding for yourself if this is something you want to do. I think is
The more, sorry, go ahead.
no, that's it. It's just
Yeah.
like, I think that's good.
Yeah, and the more interesting work has been right. That's been like. It's like the main thought that goes through my head is like, is it really worth like traumatizing myself to go accepted into this program? And so far that hasn't happened. But like I assume you can imagine like the nature of what crisis work would be. You know, you get people like it's like basically a suicide hotline. So you know I have had like intervention calls already. I would call 911, and like I would say one of the main issues with it that I have by far is like I did not anticipate just how many calls I would just like not be able to hear them that well. And then you're like trying to do this like important work, and you're like, sorry, you're cutting out, and you're thinking like, fuck, man, like
this might compound into something worse.
the best analogy, like obviously you can understand why it'd be a problem just off the bat, but it feels like if I was like playing like a ranked laggy game, you know, like you're like, no dude, like I'm not even able to do the things that I'm training to do because like we're having a whole other issue.
Dude, I had to do like serious calls like that, suicidal kids when I was in college.
Oh, of course.
And I'm like, they do not outfit like 19 to 20-year-olds like with the ability to take care of these problems whatsoever, and it's comical that like they
you're
put
expected
that
to.
level of
Yes.
responsibility on you, you know? Like I had a kid who literally was like, I'm gonna kill myself, and the only person I want to talk to is possible. And I was like, okay. So like I went in and I was like,
love that for you.
What's up, dude? Like, and he was like, I think I'll be all right. Like I really didn't want to talk to the cops or anything else. I'm like, all right. So like, let's not do this anymore. Because like, I'm only like 2 years older than you. Like, I have no authority over you as an individual. So
that's not good.
It's just crazy. So
I think it's like it's similar here. Like I feel like I would simultaneously say that training is very good, and especially like with my experience in the working world, like I know how many things can kind of go wrong and how reasonable it is to like not cover everything. But at the same time, I don't feel like the training is as good as it could be. Because there's like good examples of when I had this intervention call, like I had to call 911 and I had to transfer the call and connect it like so that we were calling them together.
Yeah.
I was not taught how to do that. It's like in the manual's like confusing.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And there's also like a lot of questions that there's like common types of calls that you get. Like let's say someone's experiencing psychosis. That would require like certain types of conversation and questioning that maybe like a call about like I don't know, just like failing an exam.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, you have to diagnose that though.
Like sort of, right? In some ways, right? And so like you know, let's say as an example, while you're doing a training, you have someone who's like supervising you listening to the call.
Yeah.
There's one who was hearing voices, and they're talking about like the voice of this sister was saying like do it or whatever, right? And my supervisor was like try to figure out if the sister is like alive. And I was like, that's a great point. This is like the dead sister that she's hearing, or just like a living person, because that'll also like affect how they interact with it. It's like that was an example of the thing that like I just wouldn't have really thought to ask.
Sure.
And like there's probably like 3 or 4 other examples in that one 15-minute call.
Yeah, but that's stuff you learn with reps.
You do.
Yeah.
You absolutely do. But it's like it feels so high stakes right from the start. Like it's like, I hope I don't mess up.
Yeah, because I mean the thing is like the way that you start is by just doing a normal example, right?
Yes.
Like you can't ease into something like that.
Yes.
So like you get better with experience. That's probably why it's so casual and like second nature to the people that monitor you. So
exactly. And that's the thing, is it still is like good training, and there's still a lot of stuff I feel like they do cover or like you do kind of grasp. It's honestly actually like I think it's like really interesting from a I don't know how to describe it, but like it's like how often do you actually take like
essentially social skills class in like engineering, right? Like it's like we would have like, okay, you say this, and like what do you think they're thinking and feeling, you know, like the training was 110 hours before we or even like starting the main commitment. So
And that's separate from the coursework that you have to do.
yeah. So we have the whole commitment is that plus 264 hours. So so 374 hours.
You're not working.
Not anymore. I was, and then like I got laid off. So you know now I'm just. So at one point I was doing the thing and that was not great, but
It's a lot, yeah.
It is.
I mean, I took a lot of PM business classes, and it was just like 6 to 9 p.m. And you take the class for 6 weeks. And it's just like we're gonna jam as much shit
Yes,
as we can.
exactly.
And I'm like, damn, I was a full-time student when I was taking these courses, but like all of you people are like coming for work. This is horrible.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. I found the volunteering in particular was like the most hours, and like they made it seem like it wasn't. Like they would be like, oh yeah, you just have like your training and like the modules, and then like you do like the kind of the monitoring, the supervise your shifts. But then like you know you'd have like 3 training sessions a week, and then modules in between that were like 2 hours each, and then it ended up being like 20 hours of commitment each week. Yeah. So
I don't miss it at all. I don't want to go back to school. And I wanted to get a PhD originally, so
really?
Yeah, I wanted to be in academia.
Do you have a master's?
Yes.
Yes. I thought that would be
Engineering. Which I will never use again if everything goes well. So.
I mean, I've heard that the end master's is easy-ish, and the end undergrad is really hard.
It was easy in the sense that I was already in school. So like for me, and like the big incentive was I could do a 1-year program through school, and I didn't have to take a GRE. So I was like, all right, cool. And like at the time, I was dating a girl who was younger than me, so I was like, I could stay in the university
that bubble,
and hang out, you know. Plus, at the time, the job market was actually quite bad when I graduated, so it was very hard to find an engineering job, as weird as that might sound. So it worked out. And then like me and my best friend in school wanted to make a startup business, so that's why we were doing all our concentration in business and management and things like that. So,
Which I feel like must have some value in the stuff you're doing now.
it does, yeah. I mean, there's carryover for sure. Like when you mentioned people being stupid in classes, it was like I took a PM marketing class, and I'm like, those were quite possibly the dumbest people I've ever met in life. And I don't mean that as like I'm a holier than thou engineering student and I take math classes, but I'm like, dude, I remember we did like an exam review, and this girl in my class was like, hey, I'm just curious, like, how did you get this answer? And I was like, yeah, I just like divided 20 by 5. And she was like, how did you know that? And I was like, well, they're the only 2 numbers in the question. And also, it's multiple choice, so the answer's on the paper. So, like, it's one of these that's here. And she's like, oh, that's crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I feel like even if you didn't know that that's what you were supposed to do, you could have, like, arrived at that conclusion.
You should have been able to get
like, just
there.
based on what was on the paper, you know? Like, I was like, damn, you are going to make so much more money than me, and that hurts me to my core.
Honestly, that was like what this course was like. Like there were moments where like, so like we had a couple assignments and multiple group projects.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course there were a couple assignments where like, we had this one where we were trying to design an IQ test for like a fictional culture. So like, you know, the unit was on like intelligence and that kind of stuff, right? And so the idea would be like you're designing a test for a culture that doesn't exist. So it's like they would value things differently than what we would value.
Yeah.
And like you kind of consider like, is it measurable and like basic stuff, right? And so like the guy I was partnering with, he'd like pitch like, okay, what if we did this? And I'd be like, right, like how would we measure that? And he'd be like, right, okay. I just feel like we should focus more on this. I'm like, okay, but she said we should only focus on this aspect, right? Not the other ones. And he'd be like, right. And then we just kind of like spend so much more time being like, if you look at the assignment and you read the assignment, it says don't do that. And he'd be like, oh, true. And I'm just thinking like, dude, like.
Yeah, it's so sick.
It really, but again,
you'll leave with stories at the very least, I guess. But.
And you know what? That guy, very nice guy. So like, it's like at least we had that. But I think just if you work at like Lululemon, I guess is a pretty like successful company. So like all my coworkers were like even like the dumb coworkers were pretty smart. So kind of exit out of that, and you're like, oh my god.
I mean, I had done coworkers who were pretty dumb at my jobs, but
you've
still have a couple that
Well, I
like.
do now too.
Can I ask you to do me a huge favor? Sure. Sit in those two chairs.
Oh, I'm not casting right now.
No,
am
no,
I?
I
Or
just
am
need you to say.
Oh, okay.
For
Just
camera.
framing? Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Or do you still do you want me to do the run? Come back.
Oh, no. Commentary is what I'm not worried about that. If you want to do it, feel free, but like, those like. Cheap Chinese imports extremely reliable. It's the same one. I think they have them on the phones or whatever. It's the same ones they use.
Oh shit, it's 5.
I'm good. Thank you guys.
Just go for the ride is the biggest thing, right?
8 and the 14th.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what I'm gonna do for like the next. Like I still have to do all this volunteering, but like I might try to like work as like a tutor for a bit or something. Like trying to figure out like a job that would be like easy to start and end. Because like I know I'm not gonna want to do.
What if you freelance music? I feel like that'd be really in line with what you could do.
It would be something that I like. So when I first started this, I was kind of like, I'll take these 6 or so months to like to pursue things like that. But I don't think it would like that's way to make money. So it's something I can still like do.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you never know. I only ask because I was just talking with a guy I played volleyball with in the league. He just like randomly makes music for TV now. And he was, it's a similar thing. It's all a game of networking at the end of the day. But he was just like, I made an album for like this one client. They freelanced me, and then like it basically just turned into this like connection spree of like, okay, like we can put you on for the show or whatever. Which I thought, that those types of journeys are cool. But
I think that's the kind of thing that like at one point I would have been really interested in, and then through my work like in advertising, I think I realized that like more and more I don't really want to do creative work that like let's say you create like just a banger song, and they're like, this is crap, and then like by the time you're done, it's like something that you're like, this isn't even that good, and they're like, cool, this is what we want. I feel like I'd much rather write music and then be like, you can license this if you want.
Right.
But there was a time where like prior to going on the whole, hey, how's it going?
You get every fucking brand you get
Apparently.
fucking wild.
There was a time before I landed the counseling stuff where I was like, okay, maybe that would be worth something pursuing. I also am so flip-floppy. Like there was a period of time where I was like doing that just really steadily, and then now I haven't like done that for. It's like the same as the Millie stuff. Like I haven't done it for a while, so just that one's a bit more like out of my control. But the music stuff like is just me grinding for a bit, and then suddenly having work in school and everything, and just not doing any of it. But yeah, and then I think the big thing, we said this already, but like Miriam doesn't want to have kids too late.
Yeah.
So she's all like, you should try to have a kid now, and I'm like, I don't want to have a kid while I'm in school, and it's kind of like okay, well I guess we're just gonna.
Well, you can line it up a year in advance, which is the good
Well,
thing.
the thing is like, so that's why like we're kind of like, okay, maybe what we try to do is like I start school and then we're like before school we start trying, because like for all we know like it could take a while, right?
Yeah.
We have friends that took years, so we don't want to like not know that we had those issues and then like wish we had started earlier. She's 1 year younger than me, so you're your age, right? Yeah, like, she's 1994.
Yeah.
So she's kind of all like, I don't want to have a kid when I'm like 35 or 34 or something. And I'm like, I feel like it won't be that different, right? It's not me.
I mean, it's not up to
Not my,
us
not my,
to
it's
decide
not
that,
up to me.
Yeah.
So I just have to be like, all right. So
Yeah, Maurice has just been like, I don't want kids, period.
Yes.
And I'm like, listen, like, that's you. Like, if you wanted one, if you didn't want one, I'm there. So
yeah, that's good. I feel like I was kind of like, I want them, and Miriam's like, sure, we can have them. But I do wish she was more like, I really want them.
yeah,
But
it changes when you're a mother.
I think
mean,
it
it changes
will.
when you're a father too.
I think it will. Like I don't worry that she's not gonna like love her kids or something. I'm just being like, it's a lot to ask, and like I'm sure it will affect the relationship in a big way. We're ready to start
It's after
here,
5.
like whenever. Are we starting soon or?
See ya. right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're a couple weeks, I guess. Yeah. So,
Just grab a.
yeah.
Bit of a vibe.
Yeah. I've been trying to like tread carefully with questions I ask, like how I want to prepare. I'm just like, I feel like everyone's just like, yeah, we're here. We just want to get through the weekend, sort of thing, you know.
Which is not nice to hear.
Yeah.
Like unfortunate, but like.
Yeah. It's like, what can you do?
What a time.
What a time.
Some water if you want it. All right. See you later. So are we doing singles as well, or?
We will be soon. Just have to wait for those things to get going.
Okay.
But now, I think he's finishing out a few doubles for twice. The singles will happen one day.
Okay.
Are we stuck on a double squat again? Is that?
It sounds like we're getting the exact kind of situation. If it was supposed to be singles, but it's doubles for now, and then eventually it'll be.
Marathon later?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Okay, so theoretically, we are. This is live as well, right? Or is it recorded? We're live right now. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Are the mics hot?
yeah.
Okay, they can just hear us.
I bet they could just hear me the whole time talking to Walt too. I was basically talking about how a lot of people. I'm retraining basically right now. Like I've gone back to school, or like in the process of going back to school, and so I've taken this like couple like first year psych classes, and there's a lot of people in my psych classes who are very very not smart. is the short answer there, but kind of like that up smash that wasn't that smart, or that grab right there that also.
Already? Sorry, I didn't realize we were watching already. No, I get it, man. I did an MBA program, and it was with some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life.
Especially in an MBA program. No offense to all my MBA havers.
Hey, look,
but
man, none taken. It's a self-report. So.
Yeah, but where did you do the program?
The University of Saskatchewan. So maybe that had something to do with it. But, and I'm a man of the prairies.
I mean, I can respect that. Okay.
Man, this is messed up. Salami just put me into losers like 10 minutes ago, and he's already out
singles
here.
And in singles?
Yeah.
Fuck.
He's been running back and forth the whole time. He and Inky are on a bit of a tear, I think. So.
How have you been? What have you been up to? We can't hear each other, by the way.
Yeah, are we supposed to be able to?
I don't know if we're supposed to. I don't think it's going to be the worst thing if we can't, because like, I mean, I can hear you, and I can also do this.
That's what I'm doing.
But just so you know.
I had like my buddy Josh come up and yell into the mic earlier, and we heard it on the channel, so
That's good.
I'll be able to hear you.
Do you have OBS up?
I have OBS. I can't see the levels from the mic's OBS.
You can't?
No,
So
I know you can hear them on the stream, but I pulled up the stream and checked.
that's troubling. May I? As a.
I mean, it is when I'm talking, I can see the little levels going up there.
Okay.
So it's. Yeah, but like, see?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going through this mixer.
Yeah, would be.
Audio source, I assume it would be separate audio sources.
I would have thought so also.
But when you're talking, it's going up, and when I'm talking, it's going up. So the levels.
Yeah, I could definitely hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, chat, press 1 if you can hear us. Chat, we need you more than ever.
Okay, one. We got some ones.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Was that H-Box and Salami there?
Yeah, I mean, H-Box and Agent, which is...
No, but I mean, Salami just dying, H-Box is killing. Yeah,
because Inky's playing Sheik, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I feel like every tournament or two, H-Box shows up with another crackhead Fox to, like, drag through bracket, right? He had a
drag up.
That's what I meant. I mean, because he's pretty good. He's all right.
He's decent.
But he had a stint with Zamu for a bit. Now it's Agent. You know, it's he knows what he likes, I guess. But no, I've been good. You know, it's new year, new tournament. You didn't enter singles, did you?
No, I've been. My life has changed dramatically in the past year. Just of like, going back to school. I've been volunteering as part of wanting to go back to school.
Right.
So the past 6 months have just been kind of like a bunch of big personal changes. And as a result,
feel
I
that,
have
man.
not played that much Melee. I've watched a decent amount, but I haven't played as much. So it's good to be back. Yeah.
No, I get that. I just moved recently, like a few weeks ago.
Where'd you move to?
Still in Toronto, but
Okay.
like into a different apartment.
What's like the neighborhood?
Just in North York, so
Okay.
just outside of downtown. So that's been nice. Other personal life stuff happening. So I've been playing probably too much Melee.
Good stuff, bad stuff? Mix of both? Mix of both?
Stuff.
Stuff? Okay.
But there is no better distraction than like 700 games of ranked mode.
Just
and counting.
Specific number. Is that a real, like, is that like a...
I think I might be lowballing it, honestly.
Okay.
It's probably more than that, but who can blame me, man? It's a good game. Like 708.
708? Okay.
So
I don't know. Can you look at past seasons? So I haven't played ranked this season. But now I'm curious.
I'm a demon. Like, I am the shitty mid tier that everybody complains about. I am that cancer.
Oh yeah?
Yeah?
I can't seem to find my
Can't find him?
profile. I mean, I guess I just log in.
Nah,
Typing in. But I haven't played this season, so I don't know if it'll track it.
You gotta get on it, man. The season's almost over.
Nah,
Or don't.
Nah,
if you're happy and you're doing new school and you're working, maybe don't. Maybe don't. I wouldn't blame you for that.
Wait, what? But yeah. So that's kind of the reality of life, Always changing. Okay.
No, I feel you, man. I really do. That's how it goes.
Okay, it's okay. Last season I played 436 games. That's nowhere near as much.
I mean, that's still, you're still grinding.
It's still a lot.
I
was still playing.
I respect it.
I was still playing, but that was back. Yeah, I don't know when the season ended, but so in that time, went back to school, started volunteering, working towards potentially doing a master's degree.
Oh yeah, in psych or
in clinical counseling. So basically becoming like a therapist.
Okay.
So yeah, it'll be interesting. It's been like, it's just so different from the work I was previously doing. And the main motivation was just like, okay, sounds good. It was all the like head injury stuff. I don't know if I ever talked about this with you, but just
I don't
like
believe so, but
I had a whole brain injury in 2018, and it kind of never really totally went back to normal. So I think my like screen tolerance and shit was just a lot lower, and it got to a point where it was like, okay, I think I just like have to do something different. I don't think I can just like keep banking on like, oh, one day it'll improve. So in some ways, kind of like freeing, because you like when you're committing to a big decision, if you're like, well, I just have to do this, like then it's a little bit easier than like, do I want to quit my job, and like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, like, so.
How are you feeling about the change? You feeling?
It's been pretty good.
Has it been good, or?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not, like, the program would start in January, so like I'm more just kind of getting the prereqs done, but I'm working at I'm working basically at like a suicide hotline right now, which is obviously very different from working in advertising at Lululemon. And it's some heavy stuff.
I believe it.
That's what you can imagine. It's heavy stuff, but you know, I've been forged in the fires of like angry gamers, so it's
you gotta have a thick skin, dude.
I can handle it,
There's people say some heinous things on the internet.
People say some heinous things on these lines, so that makes it a lot more manageable. But yeah, is it? Are we melee every day?
We are melee every day.
Okay, yeah. So I figured.
We looking at chat? What are you guys doing? What's going on? How you guys doing? And enjoying Battle of BC? I think this will be the first singles that's on stream, right?
I hope so. Assuming we are
Right.
getting one. So you said, wait, it was Jay Muku?
Pardon me?
Is Jay Muku? Who are we getting?
I don't know. I don't see anybody.
But yeah. So going back to school, just that part has been weird.
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's been a while since you were in school, right?
yeah, I'm turning 32 this year, so so like 10 years basically.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot more focus on not cheating through ChatGPT. A lot more of the prompts being like, we will check your work
Against
and make
ChatGPT,
sure.
yeah.
And so I'd never done like I didn't want to get like falsely accused of it, so I like put it in through like these like little check things to see kind of
Right.
would it flag it. Guess the percentage that my writing got from an AI, like if you had to guess, like
20.
20. It was 3%, so I felt pretty good.
That's good.
Because like I feel like a lot of ChatGPT writing is terrible. I'm not a ChatGPT enjoyer personally.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm of the belief that I already can't tell the difference a lot of the time.
Oh, really?
Like the bad stuff you can, but I think the good stuff is pretty.
For writing. Or you're
most
saying
things.
for anything?
Most things.
Yeah. I feel like I disagree, but I also like it's one of those things where like when you like if I was a student, like I can't even really blame them because like it's one of those things where if you have ChatGPT and you like need to finish an essay. Like when I was 18, I was like, I don't want to do this essay, and so I can see
Yeah.
why people would take it like the easy way.
Well, I also
But-
feel like not only that, it's like if I had to be in a competition with me plus ChatGPT,
Yeah.
me and the AI wins, like every time.
I think just me beats kicks the AI ass right now. So, but like I
You know,
worked in a
but you get what I mean.
I
Like
get what you're
I think you're
saying.
like hamstringing
Yes.
yourself a little bit by
Yes.
not, or it can feel that way if you're not embracing it. To
especially
like
with certain kinds of writing.
Are you never just like finish your writing and then throw it in ChatGPT and be like,
No.
spell check this for me, please?
I worked in a professional writing job, so like it was both a point of pride and also because everything I had seen that people did write in ChatGPT, I thought wasn't very well written. But I think that's like for a certain kind of writing. You know, if you want to write like an email with it, it's probably fine. But I know I'm in the minority here. You know, I'm a hater, but I
See-
won't judge people again who want to use it.
For an email, I feel like that's so short that in the time it takes you to open up
That's what I'm
ChatGPT and
saying,
type it in, you
that's what
might
I'm
as well
saying.
just write the email.
Yes. Yeah, like saying to your prof, like, hey, can I get an extension? And typing that prompt is the same thing as like, hey, can I get an extension? So, but yeah, I don't know.
But
It's a weird time to be alive in more ways than one. But
I agree. I agree. You know, I was yapping about this the other day, but I feel like Melee's in like a real like flux right now
it's
too.
So it's such a strange spot.
Like, I think competitively things are really weird because like there was like a year and a half of just Cody and Zane winning everything, and now they're kind of like Zane has still won a couple of things in the past few months. He won at Riptide
Yep.
and Wavelength and
Zane,
Miami.
Yeah.
But Cody hasn't won anything major, I think, since Eggdog, the things here last year, Eggdog and Battle of BC.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's won smaller events, but I think that's and like in the meantime, like, you know, we had Mango, H-Box, J-Mook, Moki, and Akla coming very close several times. Like that's a lot of shifting.
It is a lot of shifting. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of shifting, and it's outside of Zane and I guess Cody. It doesn't feel like it's settling. Like, you know, like everything's shifting around, and it's still like the dust is still in the
No,
air.
I agree.
metaphorically.
I agree. I feel like we're
And
in the middle
so,
of it.
Yeah, yeah, which is nice, and also kind of like weird. So hopefully, I'm hoping like
Like weird in what way?
weird in like there's almost like a comfort in knowing how things are going to go. Like not as in like you know the result, but like what's the right way to word this? Like I feel like we have a lot more matches where it's like the outcome isn't just like What am I trying to say?
So like,
if you put the betting odds would be harder to create.
Because everything is more unpredictable. I think
Yes.
for a couple of years, we had like hard counters, right? It's
Yeah.
like Moki's going to beat Amsa, Amsa's going to beat Zane, Zane's going to beat Moki, right? Like there were like hard stopping matchups that made for like I think really predictable brackets. But now things are like,
oh, for sure,
they're a mess, dude.
I still feel like Zane feels like he's in that like Armada zone of like to me he feels like a cut above still.
He does.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
no,
like,
he does. But what's the last thing he won? He hasn't won anything for 6 months.
Okay, but to be fair, there have not been that many events for the last
There's
6 months.
been 4 or 5.
Yeah, and he wasn't at the biggest one, like because of some.
Because he was
issue.
scared.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it was like a personal issue.
Sure.
So, what were the big events in the last like period of time? It was like the Nouns Fest. Okay, we got a game.
Right.
And then, of course, there's Genesis. But in March, was there much of anything? I feel like.
No, March has been quiet. There was an altitude sickness.
Yes, that's the only one that's coming to mind for me.
Right.
And that's like not the same size.
No, not at all.
So, and then December. Oh my gosh, look at that.
December was Nouns and Plat Fight if you count it.
Yeah. Yeah, so Nouns and Plat Fight and then Genesis. Isn't it those 3? And then Altitude and...
Don't Park, I guess he didn't go to.
That was November, though, wasn't it? Like, that's before...
Yeah,
so I guess
November.
it's 6 months. 6 months, yeah. Don't Park. Okay, Don't Park is a big one to forget. For some reason, I was thinking, like, December onwards, and I forgot that was in November. But, yeah, so, like, of those events, who won Don't Park again?
Moki.
Moki, yeah, of course.
How dare you?
I mean, I obviously watched it. So, like, as soon as you're like, Moki, I'm like, yeah, I'm just clearly not thinking. But, so, yeah, so there haven't been that many, like... that many opportunities. I still feel like fairly comfortable in saying that Zane is like in a different spot, but like Zane is also, when you think about players right now that are like, if you think about players that are like, ooh, I don't know if they can beat them, I feel like Zane is like the only player that feels like truly in that tier for almost everybody.
No, I would agree. I feel like he feels like a cut above. It would be hard to argue anybody else's first seed for this tournament.
Even Cody, who feels like very close in skill level, I feel like if you were, like, an easy example is like, let's say Genesis, HBox runs into Zane, like, you're like, oh, crap, this is going to be tough.
Right.
He runs into Cody, you're like,
oh,
okay,
he could do this.
He could do it.
No, I agree.
Like,
hey, man, I kind of think if there was ever a tournament for Juan to beat Zane, it could be this one.
This one? Okay.
I feel like. Just the momentum off of winning that last thing.
I for sure think the momentum will affect him. I think he's, like, in a good way.
He's
like,
such a mental player.
He really is.
Like,
he really
feels-based.
He needs to know that he can do it.
Yeah. Speaking of doing it, I think this is going to be tough for... Who is it? What do you think? This
is Zuppy, right?
You think it's Zuppy?
No, I'm saying that this is Zuppy. That's like the Z's tag, right? Yeah. So.
Right.
I think at 33%, it's actually not that hard. Like, it's hard because of who the players are, but it's not like...
I guess, yeah, because they're both a kill percent. This is like an up smash apiece.
Exactly. You get the up smash from one, and then you and depending, like, let's say you take the... Okay, this actually should have just been a kill. Probably should have just been a back throw, right? I mean...
Let's see.
I feel like Agent making a couple, like, notable mistakes, and is it going to cost, like, Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't end up mattering, but, like, that could have mattered a lot.
That was really ambiguous. It was good on HBox to just delay it there. That was fast in the game. Holy. Is this like a recording?
It's pre-recorded, yeah.
Okay.
So. Pardon? Oh, HBox was or who? Oh, Agent was. Oh, okay. Yeah, so. Is there a player this weekend that you feel like is going to, like every once in a while you'll see people have like a cool run or a big upset or something. Is there anyone that you feel like, besides yourself, of course, that's, that you're kind of expecting that out of?
Let me think. So I haven't poured over the bracket yet as much as normal.
Yeah. Probably healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I just need something to do tomorrow morning. But I think that who's looking like they have a good run. Like I could see like a. I'm always a fan of Beasy. I always say like he's underseeded. I think his bracket's tough though because he has Axe and winners.
Yeah. Oh, I think he's actually excellent. Like I really agree. Yeah. He had a good. Was it 2 years ago or 1 year ago? Where like that was kind of his breakout was here basically.
Well, 3 years ago he beat Toussaint here in pools, and it was so
and then the
early.
year after that he beat someone else.
Yeah, he Ingen I think he beat.
And then it was like
last year I think he had a buster tournament here, but.
Last year was not good. The year before that was good, and then the year before that was when Toussaint.
Right, and it was just so early in the bracket that people just I think didn't even realize Toussaint was there.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think Inky's looking like he has a pretty good bracket. I think.
Sorry, who?
Inky.
Inky. Okay, sorry. Yeah. It's the I gotta get the 1 year off. You know.
I think Omsa's got his work cut out for him. It's a pretty rough one. I think Moki has a pretty solid bracket. I think Jmook has a very solid bracket. But I guess those are like the usual suspects.
Yeah.
So.
I think BZ is a good pick, honestly. I think that's someone like, you know, time zone wise is only getting like 1 hour of jet lag. Doesn't have to cross the border. Kind of a bit of a home region, even if it's not like truly, you know. And I do think that matters for some players.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if BZ is one of those players, but some people really like to like.
No, he's a feelser.
Okay.
He's a vibes guy.
Yeah.
I also think I lost it. I had a thought. I had a great idea, great point, and it's gone. But it's interesting, like to see these kinds of tournaments where there's like a ton of like really really high level competition, and then I feel like it gets a little bit thin pretty quickly. Like to see if anybody can punch into that upper tier is always a bit.
I would say that is, for better or for worse, how this tournament has been for quite some time, where it's always been very top heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Which I would say if I was to pick, I'd rather it be top heavy than like mid heavy.
I would agree.
You know, or like, you know, like everyone below the top 20, but not the top 20. But it does kind of change things a bit.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I think I mean that's part of it being in Canada, and Full Bloom next week doesn't help.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
Although as much as I have no hate towards the Full Bloom, I feel like this is, in my opinion, a can't miss event. You know, like, so, you know, I feel like it's not that I want to say choose between Full Bloom and Battle of BC, choose Battle of BC, more just that, like, I feel like more people should go to this event.
It's a shame. I mean, so far it's been great. It's just, I think Vancouver's just Canada's a hard sell.
It's just so crazy to me.
No, hey, man, I mean, yeah. They just don't get it. We have to go through so much every tournament honestly, to get across the border.
They just do not get it. Yeah, it's one of those things, too, where, like, I remember talking to Hugo about this, because, of course, I was talking to Hugo about this, where he's like, you know, you just have to understand that there are players who are fine with just eating at Subway and playing for 10 hours and going home, and that's their idea of a good trip. And I'm just like, I know, but I'm having a hard time accepting that. And he's like, oh, yeah, me too.
I think that's more people than you'd care to admit, too.
It's the majority. It's the majority. It's very strange to me, but it's the majority. But they will say stuff like, yo, like, cool view and, you know, all that stuff. So, And I think as people get older, the thing I'm advocating for becomes more and more commonplace. Of just like, I want this trip to be like
experiential.
Fun.
I think people having more disposable income, more age, and just
taste. Let's be real.
Yeah, experience. Let's say. But it's nice. I always get worried about the economics of the scale of some of these events. But
that was quite slick. My gosh.
But not much you can do there. But. This feels like one of the worst lineups that Axe and Omsa, like character-wise,
could be playing against.
I guess Pete Sheik's probably worse, but like Falcon's so obnoxious in doubles too.
Against these two characters, you mean?
Yeah. I just think like Yoshi is so prone to getting clipped by like random moves in doubles, and Falcon is the king of just throwing out random moves.
You're definitely selling me on this as someone
You
who
know?
hasn't thought a lot about like the Yoshi Pikachu
Well-
Falcon dynamic.
Well, and
I'm-
also Peach, same thing, right?
Yes.
She's just
Oh,
there,
yes. Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
spinning, and it's so
Peach,
look,
man.
like watch, like she is just Aura is just ripping down smash.
Actually, Aura is someone who could do really, really, really well.
That's true. Actually, I think Aura is seeded into Mango.
Oh, okay.
Now,
okay.
Aura did get 30'd by Mango at Egg Dog Invitational last year, but Mango's has drops to Peaches, who are considered below his skill level. Like Triff's the obvious one, but not a huge skill disparity. But even Surmaris at Full Bloom last year.
What's the tag? Sumaris, yeah.
Yeah. So and Aura's looking really strong, right? Beat Cody at Genesis, almost beat went up 2-1 against Wizrobe. Is that what it was? Yeah.
What 2-2? I think wasn't it? Wasn't it like?
I think
went up 2-0 and then lost. Wasn't it a verse 3-0?
It might have been. I thought it was.
Can correct
I thought
me.
it was 2-1, but it was. Yeah.
No, it was a best of 5 for sure.
Yeah. No, but went up 2-1,
okay,
and then I think it went 1-1-2, and then lost the next 2.
Yeah. I mean, either way, enough that, like, that was definitely a super impressive performance. We talked about with like HBox and the whole like believing in yourself, seeing that you can do it. I feel like that could be the case with Aura, just getting to that kind of level, getting to a top 8. So.
It's yeah, I still don't understand like at all how Axonomsa make this work. Like this team just should not be this good. Oh,
I think at least with Axe, like,
ooh,
he feels more suited to the chaos of doubles. Like as a player, it seems like.
Sorry, massive throw. Just an enormous throw from Rocky and Zuppy there. That was painful.
Yeah.
Did you see?
I was looking at the Yoshi.
Yeah, I know. I'm leading you astray, but ugly. I mean, look. A doubles is hard enough to follow. 2 double sets. I feel like I'm getting.
Fantastic point. Like
I'm getting overstimulated.
Yeah.
This is How long ago were these sets? Do we know?
No idea.
No. Not to peer behind the curtain, but
I am curious.
Yeah. Man, oh man. Are you going to anything else after this, or what's the next thing you're going to?
Gommel for sure. I don't know beyond that. Like there's a couple of things I've applied to. I haven't really heard yet. So
there.
Honestly, it's kind of like, again, we don't need to talk too much about this on comms, but like kind of a weird time to go to the U.S. To be honest, like.
Yeah, I gotcha. I do understand.
You're reading like articles about like people being going through some interesting things, literally being detained, etc. And so as that is evolving, and like literally the government of Canada just released a travel advisory on going to the U.S. A day ago. So.
Understandable.
So it's like, that does make you want to think about stuff, but I'll still be going to Gommel for sure. So what about you?
I think I'm going to Nouns Bowl and Gommel.
Okay.
After that. Oh, and Tipped Off probably.
Nice.
Just to, that one just seems so stacked.
Tipped Off is the one I'm kind of hoping for, but also again, just the U.S. stuff.
No, I feel you.
Where is Nouns Bowl again?
Canton, Ohio.
Okay.
So it's right on. I think it's on the north, like on the south shore of Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
Like just around the bend.
I talked to Ohan a bit about it, but I guess I should follow up again.
But yeah, I mean it's just a drive for me, so it's pretty trivial.
Yeah.
So. But okay. Yeah, there we go. Falcon just. Wow, that was.
You had it locked and loaded to complain, and then he just
got gimped and really like ruining my point here. This is, Falcon just gets messed up, man. That's my bad.
He is good at spamming moves, though.
Yeah. You ever? wish you could go back to like the character select screen and like when you started playing Melee and pick somebody different. I mean, you play Falco, so it's like you picked a good one. But
I also started playing Fox, and then I switched to Puff, and then I switched to Falco. So
would you start with Falco then? Would you change mains now? Like,
definitely not change mains, because Falco is like by far the most fun character to me. I bet Yoshi would be fun, but like it's just like I could also learn a different language or something, you know, like, and that would be nice too. But like it's like feels like a lot of effort.
I agree.
To get kind of like a similar level of fun that I get from Falco. But I used to like play a lot of Marth, and like I don't know, I think Marth encourages a play style that I don't really want to go for, even if I think he's a much better character.
No, that's fair. I kind of feel the same way, right? Like
you're more locked in, I feel like, a little bit.
In what way?
Well, like
with
playing Yoshi. Yeah, you know, like you're.
I mean,
would you say that's true or no? Am I totally off base?
I think not by design, not by like a loyalty to the character. I'm just so far down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's
and
what I
there
mean.
are so few transferable skills.
Yeah.
That it would be like I would really be starting over from like halfway.
Sometimes that's kind of fun though. Like one of the things I liked, like so back when I used to play Puff, I used to always think, and this to this day I still think this. I know this is like controversial, but like I used to just think like this character is not that good in a lot of situations. Like just like can't really like. It's very much like waiting for opportunities to come to you, and like playing like waiting for them to make a mistake. Not really proactive. And Falco felt not like that at all. It felt like Falco really hard to play, but like the skill ceiling is so much higher.
No, I would agree. I also think that just having a gun and forcing them to come to you,
dictating things,
is. I mean, it's like you're not going to get camped out because like they're just going to take percent eventually.
That and the fact that like I feel like if you play Falco and you want to play defensive, you can play defensive. If you play Falco and you want to play aggressive, you can play aggressive. That is like not true to me with Puff. It's like if you're playing super aggressive, it's like why are you doing that? Why don't you?
Yeah.
Why don't you not do that? You know, like.
I mean, I think there's only like 3 characters that can really play aggressively.
And that would be what? Fox.
Yeah.
This shows my bias. I mean, probably Falco, I guess.
I would agree.
Yeah. I still think he's slightly better in defensive situations, but I would say Falco. And then
I want to hear who your third is because this is the take.
Okay, I'm going to think about this one a little bit.
Who even has the capacity to play aggressively?
Is it Yoshi?
It's not Yoshi.
It's not Yoshi? Because Yoshi seems like it wouldn't be that, but I'm like, that feels like you're setting me up. I would not know what answer you're going for. I feel like most of them are like more defensive leaning.
Yeah, and I think even for Fox and Falco, you get a better reward from playing defensively.
I feel like Fox can be aggressive and it can be just as good.
Sure.
I feel like Falco a little bit leaning more defensive. But Marth is definitely more defensive, I would say.
I agree.
I would say Sheik is more defensive.
Yeah.
I would say Falcon can be aggressive, but is better, more defensive.
Yeah.
I would say Puff is like a no-brainer. I think Icy's is a no-brainer. I think Peach is a no-brainer.
Yep.
So
I think Marth. I think Marth is.
You really think Marth? Okay.
I think Marth is the only character who even can be played moving forward.
It's not that I don't think you can have an aggressive playstyle. You know what? It's a better way to put it. It's almost like I feel like his aggressive playstyle isn't even that aggressive, if that makes sense.
I mean, I would agree.
So it's like when he's really swinging, it still feels kind of like.
Well, because he's still spacing stuff in order to
he's still
not get
spacing,
punished,
right? He's still kind of like get out of my way, you know. He's not like running in on top and kind of like, you know. So.
Yeah, I just think that him having this massive grab also, on top of like moves that can be used advancing, like Sheik has great buttons, but like none of them other than dash attack are really out of like forward movement. Whereas like Marth can just like kind of nair at you a lot of the time.
It honestly, it literally comes down to like privilege. Like it's like, you know how like a rich guy can go like take some unpaid internship job because like he can just afford to, like he's got his trust fund money.
Yeah.
That's Marth, you know, and Fox and Sheik and Falco. They're all just like, I guess I could play aggressive if I want to because I have the tools.
Right.
Whereas a lot of other characters, like, they just don't have that luxury.
I mean, I was streaming this morning and it made a tier list of I think that characters are defined. There are lame characters and there are cool characters, right? Can we agree?
Yes,
I
have a take on this as well.
But I think that all characters all characters can be lame,
played in
but
a-
only some characters can be played not lame.
Really,
And
I feel like you can.
I think the coolness of a character is defined by its capacity to be not lame, and there's very few.
You know what I will say?
What?
So I think there's an interesting thing. But while I'm still thinking about it, is
Yeah.
I think it is psychologically fascinating how lame of a character Falcon is, and how generally cool a lot of Falcon players and play styles are. Because Falcon is like such a lame character. But like most Falcons, when I'm on like an unranked or a ranked session, Falcons are like the only players that will indulge the fun, aggressive. We're trying to go for a crazy combo. We're trying to just like style on each other. A Falcon player is all about that. Even though they play a pretty lame character, it attracts like a person that is actually very cool. And I think it's the only character in the entire game that has this really weird contradiction where it's like everyone who plays it is actually pretty chill, and yet the character, it's like, I really think you should be playing it more like Wizrobe, you know, like.
Well,
so
I think that most people pick up Falcon with the hope that they can be cool. It's very
Yeah.
protagonistic.
Yes, exactly.
Protagonistic, but then just because of how the character is played, you get driven to play very
Exactly.
defensively. Whereas with most other characters, I think you know what you're signing up for.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't know, Falcon's cool. Like, conceptually.
Yeah.
Being, you know, just running around, throwing out his big muscly, like, limbs at people.
His vibes are cool, but then it's like when you strip away the vibes, underneath is a
Yeah.
very, very sterile and unfun approach to the game.
Yeah,
But
he's...
I like playing against Falcon. I mean, I played Falco, so you kind of shit on Falcon in a lot of situations.
Yeah, see, I have a different relationship
Yes,
with Captain Falcon.
He's a little bit more frustrating.
Yeah.
But so you're saying you believe that not every character can be played in a cool way.
I think in order to be, like, remotely viable, a lot of characters just have to lock up and do aerials in place.
Oh, yeah. But, like, I think it's, like, yeah, basically, like, the better, like, they're related, right? Like, the better your character is, the more likely you are actually able to get away with playing aggressively. Otherwise, like, you know.
Yeah. I think that there are 5 characters that have the capacity to be not whack, and then, like, 2 halfies. And that's it.
Only 5?
Only 5. And you can guess which 5 it is.
Okay, so we already got, like, the top 3, assuming you think the top 3 would be Falco and not Puff.
Yeah.
So you got those 3.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 more. So, again, I'm going to assume the Yoshi bias, right?
No, he's one of the 2 halves.
He's one of the 2 halves? Okay, yeah, so he's least in the list.
Yeah.
Okay, this is characters that can be aggressive.
That can just be not super cringe. Like, let's call a spade a spade.
Okay, this is maybe where we're going to disagree. Would you say Sheik is on the can be played cool?
Yeah.
Okay, thank God. Okay, because, like, I feel like we can't be...
No, she normally isn't, but she can be.
But, like, J-Mook does cool things all the time. Like, is a cool character if you want it to be cool. So Sheik is in there. It's not Peach.
You're right.
It's not Peach. I guess it would be Falcon? Or
Yeah,
no?
it's Fox Falcon, Mars Sheik Falcon. It's the 5 you'd expect.
The fast ones, yeah.
The 5.
I think you can actually play Puff in a cool way. I think just most people don't. I think, like...
That's that Puff main bias coming out in you.
I think you just need to play, like, someone who's actually fun. Like, I bet if you played Mango's Puff, you'd be like, this is fun.
I bet you there's lots of Puffs that are fun to play in Loser's Bracket.
I agree.
Or in Amateurs.
Oh, I agree. No, the character's way better if you play it defensively.
That's what I mean.
It's bad.
Like,
that's
but
why
it's not.
That's why I stopped playing. Is like every time I would try to like improve on anything, it would be like, oh, like the way I want to play isn't like, it just isn't really like.
I mean,
conducive to.
That's half of getting better at Melee is learning that you can't just attack somebody a lot of the time.
But like when you, like, okay, if you're in a situation with Falcon, you're like, oh, I can't just attack somebody. Instead, I could do these like 80 other interesting things. And with Puff, it's like, you should like zone and just space and like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like,
I'm with you.
Maybe a good analogy would be like if it was a rock paper scissors game, Puff's whole thing is like she has like really good rock or whatever. So she's like, let's just keep playing rock paper scissors, and so I can use really good rock, which has like way better. It's like OP in the 30-33, like, you know, like the split.
I got you.
Whereas like Falco's like, I have like 20 different versions of rock, and I have 20 different versions of paper. And so both can be good. Like if you have a thing that instead of playing rock, you play something that beats half options instead of 33, like that's really good.
Yeah.
It's super boring.
Maybe this
you
is the
know?
real top player privilege, or not top player, the top tier privilege.
Yes.
Is that
the privilege to actually have fun.
The privilege that you
Like-
think that you're doing something sick, even when you're doing nothing, because you got moves in place.
I think
You are like the fidget spinner character. That's top tier privilege.
it's possible. I mean, I will also say as a side rant,
Yeah.
because I always rant about low tier players, and so we might as well just rant about them now.
Yeah, I want to hear.
Because it's related to the lameness. Do you ever see these low tier combo videos? And it's like the shittiest thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, I know. I love Sozen combo videos.
I will not say a single word. But you guys, I will not say a word. But I know what I am thinking in my heart because I don't want to go there. I don't want to call out a specific individual. But what I will say is that a lot of low tier players will have the most boring combos in the world, and then like a top player will pick up the character for like a week and do more cool things in the span of that 1 week for that character. Like we'll have more interesting clips. Like, have you seen any of J-Mook Zelda's clips, for example?
I get where you're going, and no, I haven't.
They're like, wow, like this is actually a cool combo with Zelda.
Yeah, no, I mean, it turns out that top players are really good.
Obviously they're really good, but like it's like they like actually do interesting things. It's not just like, oh wow, that Zelda did 5 bears in a row.
I also think though that like some of this is multifaceted, right? Because on one hand, playing a mid tier, the person who's going to pick up a mid tier is probably not the kind of person who's trying to grind at a top level. But I also think that playing a non-top tier character trains you to play melee in bad ways.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
Right? So I don't think it's necessarily like, it's not the DK main's fault that we had 20 years of DK mains, and then it took top players of other characters like 3.5 weeks picking up DK to make him a top 50 character.
3.5 weeks is so
right?
true.
I think
it's
that's
actually
what it
so
was.
true.
But
like,
it's like, you know, it's just applying the labbing of like the D. No, and sorry to put DK in the spot. There's plenty of other characters where that's the case. It's just like it's hard to compete with like players who are top 20 or top 30 or like this is so good and have such solid fundamentals and a grip on the game, and have had to play a very maybe begrudgingly honest gameplay just because of the amount of like progression in the meta in the matchups that they learned the game in.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're a Yoshi player, you can get pretty far by just wave landing off top platform and spamming high risk fairs.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah.
You know?
That's in the manual, you know?
It's actually
it's page 1. It's page 1. Yeah.
It is.
I mean, I think the other thing with low tier players too is that they have the whole like ego protection, low tier insulation of like, oh, well, like I can't be that good because, you know, I play insert character here. So like, you know, what am I going to do? Like whenever I've talked to like a lower tier player and I'll give them advice, they'll always be like, but what am I going to do? I play blank. And I'm like, okay, so either switch or like figure out something.
Or shut up, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean? You're like, your answer is like, well.
Well, I was going to lose anyways.
Yeah, it's like, well, I play insert, you know, Ness, Roy, whatever.
Well, and that's maybe the best thing to come out of this Grandmaster Challenge on Ranked that Zane's doing. He has put the mains of every character but mine on blast.
Yes.
And he'll get me too. He'll get me soon.
Honestly.
But like, you know, like him getting Ness to Grandmaster is crazy.
Yeah, but it's also not because like it shows the way the game like actually works is not the way a lot of people think it works, including myself.
No, I agree.
You know, like I feel like what top players are really good at is going like I was thinking about this a lot lately. Like, if you told an average O-Tour, like, how do you improve? And let's say you had like a melee report card. They would approach it like let's say they have a bunch of C's and everything.
Right.
And they have one D. First thing they'd probably do is go like, how can I get that D to a C? Or like, how can I get this? And I feel like the thing a top player would do would be like, how can I get like an A in like 2 things? You know, or like, what is, of all of these courses, what is the single most important course that I can get an A+ in? And like, what things do I need to work on? Like, would you rather have like 10 out of 10 spacing or be able to like triple shine. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah.
and I feel like the average like new player or like the average low tier player is like trying to put an equal amount of effort into each thing, and then the top player is like, but what if I had perfect spacing? You know, like what happens then? And like leveraging one or two things so hard. I mean, like the DK stuff like that with like punish game and just the way they approach neutral. Like Junebug is basically, what if I had good neutral and wasn't just fishing? You know,
because
like,
I think that like I also think that people get really fixated on learning their own character.
Yes.
Which is very specific
and
to
understandable.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the times playing your opponent and responding to, even if responding to different characters' moves are a universal situation, right? Which is part of why I think Captain Falcon is the character that trains people to have the best secondaries. Because Falcon is the character with the fewest character-specific answers to matchups. So a lot of the times, the things that Falcon players have to learn in order to beat other people are very universal melee skills.
Is the problem with Sheik that she just does like chain grabs for too many matchups and like kind of gimmicky things for too many matchups? Like she's too good against the bad characters?
I think she's so good at neutral sometimes and at just like standing in place and throwing out up tilt that you are learning. Yes, you're learning like a well-rounded thing, but you're so privileged in those moments that you don't learn how to push through challenging things. You have too many answers.
Yeah. I think if Falco didn't have laser, he would be like that as well.
Yeah, I think laser and I think shine, and I also think to a degree having down air, just to just bypass a lot of defensive play, like CC. I think is pretty huge.
But you can still CC down air. I feel like that's like a common misconception. I'm not saying that it's like not really, really good against CC. I think it's more like, I don't know if I agree. I do think the laser is really big. I think the down air is very impactful. It's like one of the best moves in the game. But I think every good character has like a down air kind of move where it's like, oh my god, this is like so hard to deal with, or so it feels like even Falcon has like things like up air and nair that are just like really, really powerful. Like I think up air is like ridiculous.
Up air is messed up.
Like, it's like ridiculous. So
that's not to suggest that he's like some underprivileged character.
No. I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just thinking like, whereas like laser does actually like screw up how you would learn things.
Laser's
like
centralizing that if you don't have it, then it ruins your ability to play. And same with like Yoshi's armor and parry. Right? It's like I have answers to things that are Yoshi exclusive. So but like, yes, Falcon has really good tools, but you're right. Like there are parallels for most of those or equivalent like tools in a lot of characters.
Yeah, and I think like honestly, the more I think about like Smash, the more I just think about how like there's so many wrong ways to learn the game, and I've like spent a lot of my time following a lot of those paths.
Yeah, I think we all do, and I think that's.
So your mics have been on this entire time.
Hot? Have not been or have been?
Yeah, no, we know.
We've been on. Yeah.
We're
just
vibing.
chilling. Yeah. Yeah, like I think, you talking about like, universal options. I think like it's really easy in Melee to get like a little bit of tunnel vision, start to over focus on like, what should Falco do in this one spot instead of like, hey, they tech in place a lot. Maybe you should punish tech in place. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, kind of like, so, I don't know.
No, I think that like, and I think necessarily like even like early on in playing Falcon, you're like, oh, I know what I know all the things my character can do. It's like once you learn to Gentleman, that's like, okay, what do you got? Like some like shield turn stuff and like, but like the majority of your tools are pretty front and center.
Yeah, they are there. Yeah.
Right, so.
Whereas with Falco, I mean, this is another thing people debate on. I think Falco is like the hardest character at top level. I think Yoshi is another very good candidate. I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah, I think so.
We have, but because every like combo, he has very few like. It's not that he doesn't have bread and butters, but like his list of bread and butters is like 1,000 different combos, and like maybe for Falcon it's like 10 different combos, and I think that makes him harder to learn in that way, and that's why we don't really see a lot of top Falco players like top.
Yeah, I think it also is one of those situations where because there's that like dangling carrot of punish game and of like that optimization, like people can like really tunnel on
that's
that.
what I'm saying, yeah.
Whereas like, you know, Falcon, you're so heavily rewarded for good holistic play. Guys, like you get like one good read, you get stomped neither dead next stock.
Yeah.
That like, I think, and like your defensive options have to be like melee things because you just explode if you don't have like good like omps attacks and slide offs and SDI and all of these tools, right? That I think it's just I think Falco is so good that he just trains people to. He's like
bad.
He's like a mid tier. He's so good that he trains people to play Falco as opposed to playing melee, in the same way that Yoshi trains people to play Yoshi instead of playing melee, or Samus a lot of the time. You know, they teach you to play wave dash back down smash side B.
Samus, no question, I agree.
You know, like it's just you learn very stilted like parts of the game.
I would agree that I don't think Falco is a great way to learn the game a lot of the time, but I don't know if I'd say he's like the worst.
No, I think ultimately playing a top tier is better than not.
Hey, do you mind if I get some water? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
You know, I would still way rather have somebody learn the game via Falco than by Mewtwo, for example.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't want people to quit, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
He's a tough one.
It's taken a while to get matches, guys, but it will come, you know?
Yeah, this has been a great podcast block we've had.
I've done many a podcast block. Yeah, I don't know. I think my theory is to get good at any game.
Mm-hmm.
One of the core things, like it's something I've like wanted to make a video on. Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
That's okay. That's okay.
This is like the monkey's paw.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this matchup from the Samus end can be kind of cool, and from the Puff end is uninteresting. Like it's very easy as Puff. Not very easy. It's like more like thank you so much. The Samus has to work like quite hard, and the Puff just kind of like does stuff.
I'm gonna trust you, because this is just not one of those matchups that I want to dive into in my life.
Oh yeah. I mean, Samus. It's a strange character, man.
Yeah.
I really think we need to like. It's such a cliche thing to say, but like, we need to start like really being mean to people who play boring, and just like really just pushing that out of the scene. Because like, I swear to God, like, it's not that Samus players are boring, but like, I feel like somehow that like really got lost. Like, it's just like playing like a complete nerd.
Come on. The Samus players are boring. I'll say it. I'll get flamed.
They mostly are, but I think you don't have to play boring. And like, if there was any like sense of shame in the community of like, hey, you can't just play like a nerd. Like, but I feel like we just.
Well, the game's not as in person anymore.
Yeah, it's honestly the issue.
Right. If you went to the fest and played Timeout Melee, you wouldn't get invited back.
But the thing is, I feel like people are going to the fests and playing Timeout Melee, and that's like something's gone terribly wrong.
See, I just don't think there's fests anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's true. It's.
You know, here, chat, press 1 if you've played in a fest in the past 2 years. We're gonna find out. I'm a 2. Have you? Have you been to
a? It depends on how you define it. Like, but no. Like,
have you been in a room with more than 3 setups at somebody's house?
At someone's house? No.
Not in a bracket.
Not in a bracket. Not in like at an event or near an event or like.
No, just like on a Thursday.
No.
Yeah, I don't think people do it because like that's a lot of effort and I don't know about you, but you always used to have the fest. I used to always have the fest, and then there'd be always like the guy who's like, maybe I don't want them in my house, but like they're pretty good, and we'll invite them over and we'll feel it out. And
oh, definitely. There's an era where you would just go to a stranger's house and you'd be like, yeah, like he could literally be a murderer, but like I guess we're gonna play.
But dude, he's PR, so we gotta bring him out. I really need that Sheik matchup. Corey, is this are you telling me that you just haven't been inviting me? That's fucked up, dude.
Oh, terrible. But I just think like even Puff, like, you don't have to play like it. It's just so lame. I actually think HBox is proof of this. Like HBox used to play way more boring than he does.
No, I
Like,
agree.
he actually like really dialed it up, and like no one really talks about it because they don't really understand the game that well. So they're like, you know, like all the randoms like are just like they just still kind of just see Puff and get kind of pissed off. But like he was so much more boring in 2015, 2016, like so much more boring.
No, I agree. I think Juan doesn't like camping.
No, he doesn't.
I think he likes winning.
He likes winning a lot more.
Way
yeah,
more
way
than
more.
not
Yeah,
camping.
yeah.
But I feel like he feels pained every time he has to do it. Like that SDJ said at Gomel last year
Yes.
was proof that he does not
Well,
doesn't want to be that guy.
He also
But
buys
he's-
into something that I realized. I'm sorry.
Go.
So when I used to play Puff, I like on some level believed Puff was like kind of bad. And so like let's say here's a good example. Let's say if like a Fox player SD'd, I would never consider SDing at the time because I was like, well, like that's like you're a better character. So like that's the price you pay.
Right.
You know? And then when you get to be the other side, you're kind of like, I don't know, Puff, maybe a homie stock every once in a while. Like, you know, I'm not saying that people should homie stock. I'm saying more like, I think HBox believes like, well, that I have to camp in these situations because like Puff kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he gets caught. He's like, well, Cody's making me do it in a way, you know, like, and I don't know if I necessarily agree, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, I know Faust likes to call it the prisoner's dilemma of Melee.
Oh, I love that.
Where
I love that. Of
it's
course.
like my opponent might play whack,
yes.
so I have to do it first.
It's
you know,
another like, to use another term is like, are you aware of what the tragedy of the commons is?
yeah.
Yeah, so same idea. For people who don't know, it's basically like if you like could have 2 cows on your, you know, little plot of land and it like hurts the environment a bit more, but it gives you more money, then you do it, and then soon everyone does it and now it fucks up the land.
Right. Yeah, it's you know, it sucks because like it feels like we're in a race to the bottom, where everybody says, okay, if I
It
just
doesn't
play,
feel that way. It is that way.
It is that way.
Actually
It's
that
like-
way. We have no incentive to not be that way.
if I play just like 2% more cringe, I could win this. So I'm gonna do it this one time,
Yes.
and then
I have no excuse.
right, and then the next time it's like the next guy's gonna dial it up. So you always like, oh no, I have to do it more.
Yeah, like
because
he's gonna camp me like this, and I'm just gonna sit here and
Right.
like, well, no, you know.
Right, it's like if he gets the lead, I'm screwed. So I'm doing this from the outset and this is he's making me do this.
Yeah.
I have no reason to believe that, but he's gonna make me do it. So I better play lame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a fool for not playing lame.
No, I agree. I
And
agree.
the thing is, it's stupid. If we could just take back social pressure, that is like the only thing that actually matters is just being like, yo, like you really don't want to have people make fun of you. You don't want to be the guy that everyone's like, don't invite him.
Yeah.
We just need a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I'm just tired of pretending that sometimes Melee, pretending that Melee isn't cringe sometimes.
Oh no, it's cringe like all the time, but like we choose to make it cringe.
I mean, how many minutes? Okay, this is the line. Over or under 2 minutes on the clock, like a 2 in this minutes for this set.
I think there can be timeouts and the play be actually totally fine.
You think so?
I think for this matchup, because it can be like really slow. Like they've
All
been
right.
interactive pretty much this whole game, and like it's still already almost 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
But there's also like super lame matches.
All right, let's see who's playing. Okay,
I think the Samus is playing not that lame so far.
I would agree.
But
Yeah.
I just think I know it's like a very old school thing to say of like, oh, we need to care more about swag and stuff, and like some of that I find like a bit tiring. But I think specifically when it's just like embarrassingly bad, boring play, I just think we need to be, you know, making more social pariahs out of the world.
Let's just
you know?
be honest, man.
Yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade. It's like there's no money in the game anyway, so at least let's
Yeah,
have a little bit of pride.
Exactly.
Let's have a little bit of dignity here.
There's no money in the game, so it's like you might as well not play like profoundly stupid.
You know what's better than beating somebody? Beating somebody and getting to say,
Hitting the
and
clip.
you were the whack one.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, exactly.
Like, that's like.
That said, though, people do get like, sometimes they're wrong about who's playing whack, and that's where it gets tricky.
True,
Like,
that's true.
I mean, as a Falco player, sometimes I'll shoot like 2 lasers, and they'll be like, lol, and then leave, and you're like, okay, like you can't expect me to not shoot any lasers, you loser. Like what is wrong with you?
No, I agree. I agree, and I fall into that trap too as the Yoshi player. It's like, why aren't they scrapping with me?
Nair rest, by the way.
Well, that's really cool.
Just because they're behind, but now it's the opportunity's over.
Yeah, he heard the line. He's playing odds.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I like the bomb pressure. Yep.
Oh, good fast fall. All right. This is.
Oh, should have shot.
This is that part of the game where it's like, this is really do or die. And there's the die.
Turns out, I was going to say, there's the die.
Because it's like now is what is it? You got to go reverse.
Yeah, it was not looking great there.
You know, the worst part of this is this one's pre-recorded too, so we don't even have to. We don't even have to watch this. They're just.
I mean, but at least like other people haven't seen it, so.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure everybody is really
they
glad
really care about Zemi Cubs.
They're watching. It's not nothing against Zemi Cubs. Like you said, this is not the. I've seen way worse offenders for Samus Puff.
Oh yeah.
But this is still Samus Puff.
I just think like you know. The bomb pressure has actually been pretty good. Neither player is playing like that campy.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think this is like
this is where it can get twisted, right? Because like then they would be like shaming these guys, and it's like they're playing fine. I don't know. They're just playing two characters that are kind of a little bit slower, but
which maybe that's a bigger issue.
You know, why are they playing the characters?
You know what? I play Yoshi though, so I can't judge.
See, my issue is that like the way you view a character is very heavily based on like what that character's matchup is like. And so for me, like Samus, like I think Falco just shits on Samus. So like it's like I don't really care that much about Samus because I just think it's like kind of easy. But
no, I mean everybody's gonna have their biases. Like, have you ever heard floaty players talk about Captain Falcon?
Wait, what kind of players?
Floaty
players? Oh yeah. They talk about it as if he's like Satan.
Yeah, I know.
Which I kind of get, actually, because like I used to play Puff.
You know, because
he's
like,
annoying.
He does anything, right? And it sucks too because you're trying to like play the game and he's over there backing and airing in the corner, and then he's just like an FRM just out of nowhere, just like up air knee from like full court, and it's like what was that?
Well, the thing is when I used to play Puff, people would be like, Falcon hard loses this matchup. It's terrible for Falcon, and I'd be like, I don't think it's that terrible. Like, what are you talking about? Like he could do some stuff, and then thankfully Wizrobe came around and he validated me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like really not that bad of a matchup.
No, that's. I mean, Wizrobe's an alien.
Yes, but yeah,
he's good
created in a lab, you know. But
I mean, I've never seen anybody dismantle Juan quite as fast as Wizzy does sometimes.
It is kind of like
they either have these like tooth and nail Game 5 last stock sets that like HBox clutches.
Or it can look pretty bad.
Or not even long enough for a bathroom break.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'll be interested to see how Wizzy does at this tournament full stop, though, honestly.
Yeah.
Because, he got third at Big F Smash. He got third at Genesis.
Yeah.
Beating HBox, I guess is like his... Was that his run? I feel like he had a pretty light bracket, right?
I'm trying to remember...
Because everybody got upset, right?
Who did Aura play? Was it Triff
Aura,
or was it Aura
lost to Wizrobe.
Okay, it was Wizrobe.
Because Aura beat Cody.
Yeah.
Right? So he beat a Peach and a Puff with Falcon.
Yeah, not the worst.
For him especially.
Yes, for him especially.
Oh, actually his Peach matchup's a little dicey, but his Puff matchup is terrifying. But this is a journey.
Are you a Samus believer in terms of the character, or do you think like this character sucks?
I think she sucks, but I also think she puts so much onus on the other person to stay disciplined.
Yeah.
Are you a believer? I feel like you're a believer.
No, I'm not. I don't believe at all. I actually to the point where I feel like I want to be proven wrong because I have zero faith in the character. I think it just feels like the whole game plan against Spaceys is I really hope they mess up. And I think that for a long time Fox has just played it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But Falco, I do not think you should be losing to Samus ever.
Yeah, I think that like
look at that
I don't
pressure.
know. I think
wow.
that there's this is nice. There's a lot of characters though where I feel like there is so much benefit to the other person messing up, and you take it to the bank. Like I think DK is the same thing.
Oh yeah. Oh
you know,
yeah.
it's like
oh yeah, of course. The punish characters.
Yeah, it's like that's not. It's not like I don't know. Like I don't know if it's sustainable or I don't know if it isn't. Because at a certain point, like we are 25 years into this game almost. People are still messing up a lot.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't think that's going to go away. And so I think that there is always going to be practical value in a character that can just punish that ruthlessly.
Oh yeah. We're never going to lose the like people are still going to make mistakes. I just think people are also going to get better at like let's say Samus. Samus is always going to have a moment where Falco makes a mistake, but like Falco is going to get better at 0-to-deathing her. And then that will like really start to favor things more and more because it's like she's already 0-to-deathing him, you know? She's already waiting for him to make mistakes. So like if he makes slightly less mistakes and slightly better punishes, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And I don't see the world where like she just suddenly like has like giga neutral or something.
Yeah,
Nice.
I guess the only counter to that, I think, is like if you look at DK, for example.
That was a crazy sequence, by the way.
DK is a character where part of why his punish game is so good these days, despite being so simple, and we kind of knew what he had, is because there's so little defensive counterplay to it. There's no slide off.
Yeah.
There's the SDI doesn't really matter.
That's a great point,
like,
actually.
So whereas like, so we can like extrapolate that to a lesser degree with like Samus and Falco.
Yeah.
Where I think that because there are just so many more hits and so many more like flow charts to like a Falco.
Yeah.
There are more opportunities for defensive counterplay or for ambiguous situations that the Samus can put the Falco in that drop the combo. Like it's hard to fool somebody's DI when you're doing a 2-hit combo. You know, you're never going to mix somebody up on getting.
Yeah, it's actually such a good point.
You know,
I agree. That's I think why like. I think that's why a lot of like. It's not that I'm not like a Falco believer, but I think like a good example is like the Marth matchup. Like, even though I actually think Falco can do so much against Marth, it's just so much easier to do a lot of the stuff that Marth wants to do.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you know.
I mean, Marth very notably gets like 2 chances to drop a combo, right? Because you get the hit and then you also get
Fox.
the tech chase.
Same with Fox.
Yeah.
Like, Fox will just be like, oh, I'll just run all the way over there and grab them again. You know, like it's.
Yeah, because it's like having the attack-based combo game and then also the RTC is so just massive.
Like I think people talk about Fox as if Fox is like a really difficult character. That is not true. He's like a very, very easy character, I think. Like
I think it just depends on the level of play, right? Because like getting your foot in the door with Fox is hard. He's got a lot of tech. He's
But we're post-tech, I feel like, honestly. I think everyone's doing everything, and then now, so it's like we're not worried about like, well, did you miss an L cancel? Like most of the good players have like 100% L cancel rates. You know, like it's
definitely in the 90s.
I would go higher. Like honestly, if you look at like top replays, like, because I checked this once, most of them are like the only time they're really missing L cancels is like with slide offs and stuff that doesn't actually count, but like it counts this as a system. So
that's fair.
Not that L cancels are like the end all be all of tech stuff, obviously, but like you know what I mean. Like I don't think people are. It's not that tech doesn't matter. It's just that like the floor for what people are doing tech-wise is very high already. So
yeah, I think that it's just like a foregone conclusion that people know tech. Like when was the last time you heard people talk about shuffling?
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Right. Like that just is like a given. Like so. That's why I feel like all the old stuff about like Fox is so hard. It's like well everyone who's playing him has already kind of like gone through that little gauntlet already. So now they just get all of the nice stuff of like he's so fast. He has like an option for basically everything. Like it, I don't know.
I mean, part of me in my soul says like, I think I'm scared though, because like I'm always like, what if I just played Fox for like 2 months?
Oh yeah.
And just and either validated it or it was fraudulent, right? And I found out that I was wrong this whole time.
I think it's actually both though. I think everyone is just so good against Fox. So it's like it depends on how you want to talk about that. Like, does that mean that he's like not that good? But I think he is that good. It's just like everyone else is just also so good versus him. But like, he really gets a lot of stuff for free. That Fox players, like Fox players just kind of rule, like Spaceys in general, kind of like rule the scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
They kind of dictate the narrative. They're the winners of history, so they get to say like, "Oh, my character is so hard."
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I think that's been to the benefit of Melee.
It has in a lot of ways.
Because I think he's generally one of the most characters to play against.
Oh,
to
for
play
sure.
as
He's awesome
and
to
to
play
watch.
against.
You know, it's like.
I mean, I play as Spacey, so like, I'm just trying to speak the truth here. You know, I'm not trying to hate on us, but.
Yeah. No, and I think
really
I've brought
good
this up before, but I think
Yeah.
almost everybody's favorite matchup involves at least one fast faller.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, I mean, all of your matchups involve one fast faller, so that's good for you.
They truly do.
But I wonder if, like, going back to the social policing side of stuff, you know, like the bullying people off of playing whack. Do you think we have more floaties now because you
Because
can
we don't
play
have
without
that?
having friends?
I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know what, like, this is the thing. Again, I played a floaty. There's like a way to play a floaty and it'd be fine. And like, there's a way to be like, look, I hate playing against Puff and that's fine. Like, just because you hate playing against a character doesn't mean the person is playing that character in a lame way, you know? But it's gone a level deeper than that. Like, like we should never have had to worry about a ledge grab limit. And I mean, that's not to say that we didn't have that problem back in the day. I mean, like Mewtwo King, right? So.
Also, I just want to take a moment to say I'm just watching. This is BZ. Like the sauce.
He's so sick. Yeah, he's so sick. We don't have to bully this guy.
Oh my God.
He's bully free. You know.
I don't even like Marth. He's always looking for a clip. Like
as you should. You know.
No,
like,
it's like it's beautiful.
Like it's not the only thing that matters.
It
like,
definitely matters a little bit.
You know, like like.
No, it's pretty gross.
It's like, do you want your food to taste good or should it be like nutritionally valuable? Well, obviously, like if you're picking between the two, like you couldn't just eat.
It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive.
Well, that's the thing.
You might just have to be a better chef.
Yes, exactly.
But we want people to cook.
Yes.
You know.
Exactly.
It's
exactly.
too bad.
I knew you would understand.
Yeah. I mean, look, I am so biased. I love watching a man cook. You know, most of my favorite players to watch definitely have a bit of sauce on them. So
it's just, I mean, even some of the lamest players of all time had like I think Mewtwo King is such a great case study in things because he's like, his Sheik was just, I think like, so egregiously lame. It's
oh
like,
my God.
I think it's so bad. Yeah. And then his Marth like had some really cool moments.
Yeah, once he got the hit.
Yeah.
I mean, until then, like.
He had some interesting neutral, but yeah, I agree. I don't know.
No, yeah, good roll read. Okay.
Finding it like really dry in here.
Yeah, I agree. Funny because we're like right by the water, but.
Yeah, but I think it's like maybe like a vent or something that we're under, but like, yeah. All right. Should be a grab, yeah, and then just a forward air. Ooh, yeah, nice. The turnaround. I think Goose playing pretty well as well. Blue eyes, white quiggles.
All right. Oh my God! And this is my former roommate over here playing Aura.
Why does he have blue eyes in his name now?
He changes it a lot. He was annoying Orange Quiggles for a while.
Oh God.
He was Eye Quiggles, which was weird. Blue eyes, white Quiggles. You know, he's just he's a character, man.
He is a character.
Have you ever watched Quiggles play Melee?
Oh yeah, I mean I played him so many times.
Yeah, okay.
I lived in Toronto for a while. So,
right.
So yeah.
I don't know if it's different now than it used to be, but I used
to play when he was a Falcon player.
You played King Quiggles.
I played King Quiggles. I used to play. There's Radar versus King Quiggles, 2013 sets. You know, 2014 sets probably.
I am so sorry.
Yeah. So
King Quiggles is the name of my my Falco Smurf. So I may have the King Quiggles Gmail account. So if you guys want to say anything to Quiggles, send it to kingquiggles@gmail.com. I'll pass it forward.
That's very important that we know that.
Yeah, well, you know. And no, but I think one of the most incredible things about the way he plays is he always feels like he's in panic mode.
Oh, really? That's a good way to put it.
I feel like he feels like a man constantly in free fall, looking for a branch to grab.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I see it. I see it for sure.
And you'll see. So and it's always the closest thing because he just doesn't want to fall. Right? You'll see. He'll go. Yeah, and I think he's gotten a lot better in that way, especially in the past like year or so. But he's notorious for going straight horizontal.
Oh, really?
He's if he's falling from on high, well, I'll see if I can call it before he does it. He side B's mid stage every single time. It's so funny. But I love having a friend where you've played them so much, you know the
whole
crusty
thing?
habits.
Yeah.
Because he does the same shit against me. He knows when I'm going to do something dumb, and I get called out for it. That's beautiful, man.
It's funny that, like, I mean,
Ooh.
again, you could argue, like, you know him better in that moment than, like, kind of he knows himself in a way.
For
like,
sure.
It's like you would say that to someone, and they'd be like, oh, really? And you're like, yes, you do
Yeah,
it every
time.
single time. Like, it is over and over and over again.
Yeah, because sometimes those decisions, especially like in Melee, where he's getting cooked.
He's not happy right now. You can just tell. Like, obviously, there's a replay. Okay, in the free fall right now, dude.
Brother, you got to hit those.
The head shake is happening. Okay, yeah, that's the Peach cannot catch me if I take away moment, but then like wasting it a bit.
Yeah. But yeah, no, because like so much of Melee though, and like playing Melee is like an accumulation of autopilot.
Yeah.
And so I think if you're not like really meticulous with fixing the things that you do wrong, especially over like a long period of time, you start to put together just walls of bad habits, of repeated patterns and situations, and they can be really exploitable because you just don't have vocabulary. You're going to use the same word in a sentence if that's the only word you know.
I mean, I think this is why it's valuable to take a break sometimes, because like I find whenever I take a break, I'm like, it's like you like lose all that little stuff that's gotten all stuck.
Yeah. You lose your fluency. Honestly, you have to like relearn the situations.
You get stuck in like certain vocabulary, like you're saying, and then like you kind of come back and you're like, oh right, speaking, cool.
Right.
And then you start to get stuck again.
Yeah, you start to reuse filler words or filler phrases.
Yeah, and it's, for me at least, I feel like finding cool to know that they're like the priority there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, also I didn't. Yeah, BZ Unruly. Actually, don't know who wins this, so it's pretty cool. They're really loading us up with my boy. You know.
I mean, well, we called it out, right? That's why.
Hey, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. But it's yeah, I don't think Quiggles is winning this one. I'm sorry to say.
No.
It's,
you can see the frustration in the play, and not just because I know Quiggles, but because this is just like what it looks like. Okay.
Yeah, this is a bit of a beatdown.
Yeah, and also, as a Spacey, this fucking Peach character, man. Like, I swear to God, sometimes you just like run into hitboxes, or you just like the way you. I am not a Peach fan. Like, I don't mind Peach as a character, but playing against Peach is like always been really unpleasant.
No, I think I dislike Peach more than I dislike Puff.
Yeah, it just feels really stupid a lot of the time, even though I don't actually think it is.
I think it's kind of stupid. I don't know. I'll put myself out there.
There's definitely some stupid moments. I'll give him that, but
I'm happy to jump on the sword today, Mike. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, you got me with that. The Mario combo video.
Times.
That was a. I was just like, man, been wanting to say that myself for quite a while, but I will not.
Hey, I'll
I do not understand it, man. I don't. Every time I see a clip go viral on Twitter, like pop off, I'm like, I just don't get it. Make it make sense. But
yeah, it's I don't know. Like, people just like seeing some variety, right? And it's like the unfortunate thing, and I've told Moki this several times, is that he and other people of his ilk, the few that there are,
like the creative ones,
the really cracked high-level players who just hit clips, have pushed the bar for combos so high.
Oh, so high.
And they've
so high
desensitized us to these incredible things from top tiers that sometimes just like a 4-piece from a mid-tier feels like such a breath of fresh air.
To some people.
But just because you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching, have you ever seen the Bowser combo video? I think it's Imperium.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. I don't know if he can get it a gold, but it's pretty good. You know, it's like,
oh my God.
But that's okay, because it's new, it's fresh. And hey, that's, 1 out of 2 is not bad. You know?
I feel like it's so dry that I'm like not even laughing, I'm just smiling, but that was really funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's true though, it really is. I don't know. Look at Quiggles. Quiggles is like, fuck this.
All
right, it's over.
I kind of half expected her to up throw and hit kill off the top. It doesn't even work. Just because it would have worked.
I mean, you could probably do the up air even so. But yeah, get the free win. Respect your opponent.
All right. So, yeah, like I said, I didn't see this set. Also didn't know that Unruly will counterpick Sheik on FD.
Unruly, one of those people that, like, plays, like, 6 characters.
That seems rather unruly.
It's very true.
Haha. Yeah, this is
oh my god.
Hey, I'll take it. Let's go, BZ.
Oh my god, that was like a.
That sucks. He got robbed.
Yeah, that is like really unfortunate.
Yeah, no, that's tough. 306 is a Vancouver crew, right?
It's to do with like a hotel room number that they had like one story of like being in a. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Sure, but they're all from Van, right?
Yeah, like from the like lower mainland, which is like our GTA.
True.
Kind of terminology, which I kind of just feel like, why can't we just do the greater Vancouver area? Like that would be. But I guess that's like me being Toronto pilled.
A little bit.
And lower mainland works fine, but if you're not from here, you don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Whereas like if I say greater Toronto area, you would be like, okay.
You can put it together.
You can put it together. Like
yeah, it's
all
not
of those
subtle.
words have some
ooh. Maybe you guys are you're trusting people to use context clues to put it together.
Yeah.
Oh. That was.
See, even something simple like that can feel really good.
I also think like if you're stunting for most of the game, you can earn yourself an F smash or two, and I can get behind it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what a mix up.
There's definitely a way of like F smashing in like a dumb cool way. Like where it's like, got you again. I'm completely, like behind enemy lines right now mentally. Like I'm just listening to your every move.
Yeah. I also think there is something nice about watching, just like a white Marth just rip F smash. Right? Maybe a green Marth, maybe a black Marth, but mostly white Marth.
I see. It's color specific.
Do you not think that there's color theory in Melee? Are you not a proponent?
I would agree that there's definitely a color theory. I just haven't thought about white Marth versus green Marth or whatever.
I'll lay it out. It's set in stone, okay?
Okay.
Red Marths are try-hard.
Okay.
They want to be Zane.
Yeah.
Blue Marths are also try-hard. A little bit more.
They're more like all around.
A little more holistic, a little more dash dance. Oh, no, Zane's pretty dash dancey, but like a little more like.
Ooh, that shine.
A little more sauce. Green Marths play whack.
Okay.
But like doing weird
that
stuff.
Was the F smash heavy one, but
right.
no.
No, I think white Marths are the F smashes. They're the yellow stick monsters. Black Marths they swing the sword. They're cheesers.
Okay.
They generally hit hard, but they press the A button a whole lot. But white Marth specifically is like the walk forward F smash.
Interesting.
I think there are a couple of Marth players who miss their calling, but I think generally
going to be such a unintentional insult. But like, what color does Kadorn play?
I'm glad you said it because I was going to if you didn't.
What color does he play? Isn't it just blue?
No, it was green.
It was green. Okay.
And now it's black.
Oh, okay.
But I agree.
I actually like Kadorn
here.
style sometimes for that exact reason. That it's just like it's a little dumb.
You know the quintessential white Marth? Fro 116.
Okay.
Right. I think chat knows, right? Chat, help me out here. I'm spitting. No, he was playing black briefly at the beginning of last year.
Okay.
See,
I mean, definitely speaking of like color theory, we got the crown. I feel like OG Kid has not earned the crown in terms of the color theory. I feel like that feels contradictory.
But he's earned the crown in the sense that he's a little shit sometimes.
But is that I guess
that's the mango.
I guess so.
No, he plays. Look, Kid's good.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying he's bad.
He is. We can also say that kid camp stuff.
Yeah, he needs to be.
He plays whack, dude.
He plays so whack sometimes.
I think he's insulated by being a minor.
Yeah, we're not. As soon as that's over, the bullying will commence. All right, like your days are numbered.
Let me mark my calendar so I know when I can give him a swirly. Jesus, I'm kidding, but because he is really good, I will give him that. But let's just watch for a minute.
Yeah, number of active interactions. All right, goes for a grab. Chilling on the edge.
All right. Is above the stage, doesn't know what to do, dies. It was his first time, actually.
But like, look, okay, like, look, watch. Just literally fishing. Been fishing for like the last minute.
No, I feel like Walt's been pulling a psyop. Like, it's like, can we get like one Rap Monster short, dude? Come on. Oh, J2's right there. Let's spread the wealth, share it. You know, they play mid tiers, dude. That's got to be worth something.
I guess so. Also, Iron
What?
just kind of like kicking his ass right now.
Oh, Iron's really good. Iron just doesn't travel that much, I don't think. I think it's West. It's hard. Like, he's NorCal, right? Formerly PNW.
Had a really good event. I'm trying to remember when specifically that I was at. Iron did like. Was it the event we did top 8 at?
He did really well at Egg Dog Scramble last year.
Okay, that's what it was. That's what it
Yeah.
was. Okay.
Which was January, right? But he beat.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
I think
Yeah,
he beat
yeah,
a couple
yeah.
really good people.
Yeah.
And I think he's had another pretty good performance since then. But he got like 4th of that, I think. So maybe 3rd. But
Also, right now, OG Kid not beating the allegations. Like, look, literally, give me one neutral opening that isn't just kind of like throwing out hitboxes and hoping that the Fox.
well, I mean, there's no. Does grab count as a hitbox? 'Cause he threw out a bunch of those.
Yeah, like I'm serious. Like it's like okay. that would have been it actually, and it didn't work. And that's it. No, not yet.
No,
It's,
no,
a
no,
little too
no,
low.
no. I thought you made.
Literally 5% more roughly. I didn't
No,
look at, I didn't
got
look at the
you.
percent.
I got you.
I mean, now you can
I don't
even
know.
do it.
I'm just messing around. I don't know the percents for up there, up air.
What's crazy is this is so winnable as Puff. That's the
No,
one
it
thing
is.
Puff has that like when you're Puff in this moment, you're like,
All
I
I need is
could win this so easily.
one clean socket arrest.
Yeah, like it's like you get the edge guard right now, and now you're like, I win this.
Yeah, for sure.
That aspect alone, so powerful. People don't talk enough about it.
This is big. This is like almost even. Like one hit. Oh, there it is. Now it's even.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
nice laserland probably. There you go.
Jump.
There
like,
you go.
Literally, like, yeah. I'm sorry. Just like that is the superpower of this character. I know everyone knows this, but like, I feel like Puff players never want to talk about like just how good that is. That like, I remember Mango said it something like, when it's last stock, like Puff feels like at an advantage, and that's the only character that has that.
Yeah, well, because you're nervous.
Look at
There's
this.
pressure. No, I know,
Look
man.
at this, man. I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah.
Well, deserved.
You know. It's tough out here, man. Yeah, it's. Sometimes I think that OG Kid is so potent because he knows he's probably going to die second, so he can spend more time in game than you can.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to 3 minutes pass I start thinking about my bad knees and my mortality.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Looking at the gray hairs,
Yeah, it's like. I'm literally old enough to be your dad. It's kind of
frightening
stuff.
Okay. Ooh, that was good. See, that was good.
What, pounding?
Yeah, pounding in kind of an unpredictable area.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like, to me, and maybe I'm wrong because, again, don't play Puff. I feel like that that pound onto the side plat is so quintessentially
H-block
through the platform. No, I agree. It was tricky.
It was a little bit later. Like, I think Iron was like, oh, I guess it's not coming, and then it was just like a little bit delayed, and that kind of timing thing.
If he does it again,
matter.
oh, he did it again.
That pound is a lot more one-dimensional.
True.
And it actually almost still worked. But like,
and he got him killed.
I think the other one was like, I thought like, oh, it's not coming, and then it still did, and that's a little bit better.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Like if they pound right here, terrible again.
I felt like he would. Yeah.
It actually looked like
he did it there.
Yeah, see, and admittedly, gets punished for it. Like did not work out at all.
Hey, that's.
But that's not like Puff shit or playing lane. That's just like not playing as well.
It's a broken clock is right twice a day, and that's 2 stocks.
Look at these. Come on, OG Kid.
And so eventually it's gonna work,
Okay, it's just the pounding into the center, like.
That time he raw grabbed. So.
Yeah.
So that's
actually literally fine. Like I think it's like just doing something different, but it's the pounds that are like getting him killed. But right now, Iron looking really in control. I think this is one of those moments where OG Kid is like, I gotta hit him.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta hit him. I gotta make something happen. And it's like, no, you don't. You just need to like have him come to you for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really backfiring. And like unless OG Kid goes, wait a minute,
Yeah,
I don't need to hit him. He needs to hit me.
The tempo is just so in Iron's favor.
Yeah.
Well,
right. Just already off of that, even though you're down a whole stock, like if you just let them come to you, openings will start to happen. You got to stop doing this. And how are you getting hit by it?
How many times is Iron going to get hit by that same?
That's why, like.
I mean, it works. I get it. I do bad, degenerate Yoshi stuff. Like I said, the equivalent with Yoshi is fairing off top flat, and I do it all the time, and it's like my worst habit. I lost 2 games to Salami today from coming off top flat like an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just happens, man.
You know what the problem is with Puff is you don't get it's kind of like driving. How often do you get in a car accident? Almost never, hopefully. But how often do you do like a dumb thing during driving? Actually, a lot of people do dumb things like every day. That's playing Jigglypuff. Like you do a dumb thing and you're like, I don't know, I only got 15%. And it's like, yeah, but like get like 15% like 3 times against Fox and like that's a big deal. You can't just be at 45.
Well, because it skews the risk reward. It's. I mean, I think Puff also.
Look how much he gets off this.
Yeah.
Okay, just a back air doesn't seem too bad, but now you're at death percent.
Yeah, Puff trains bad habits in the same ways as a lot of other characters. Because especially when you're starting out, when your reward for gambling is rest, which is a stock, and the other person's reward for gambling is like 12% because they got one thing and you CC grab them anyways.
Yes.
Like you're learning to play too risky.
It's kind of fun. Yeah, exactly. It's like, but then over time, it starts to be more like, well, a stock versus 30%. What's 30%? And it's like a lot actually, because if you mess it up 3 times, like it's kind of over. So,
but I also think that what happens to Puff players is they learn to play less risky, but in a really broad way. They're not like, okay, I need to play neutral and play in like an ambiguous space and take my opening slowly. They're like, no, I need to just play really far away until they do something dumb, because then I can get my big dumb reward.
Which is what he's doing now. Like this adaptation is literally just, I'll just let you come to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna camp, and you're gonna get bored and do something stupid, and then I get to have to arrest you.
And sometimes it's not even about camping. It's just like literally just Iron now only coming to OG Kid. Like just literally was just like I gotta hit him. I have to hit him. Like.
See, and you can see that was OG Kid's adaptation. Like,
a little power shielding to kind of slow things down.
And also to say, hey, no, we're playing camp game now, and we definitely are playing camp game.
Yeah.
Right. And look, actually, when he was trying to move forward and not, he's getting pretty exposed.
Yeah. It literally, so much of Melee is, am I trying to hit them or they trying to hit me? And sometimes matchup-wise, the answer is like you should not be trying to hit them; they should be trying to hit you. But sometimes just playstyle-wise, you have to like switch between one or the other.
Yeah, this is. Let's see. I think I just got spoiled I think chat just spoiled me. I don't know who wins this.
Chat, it is in the pinned mod note. Come on, guys, be cool. Be cool for like 5 seconds.
You want my read? Somebody in chat said that I'm out of here. I didn't realize this is pre-recorded. I already have OG Kid in the DMs, my DMs telling me the results, which makes me think we might have a puffed up on our hands.
No kidding. I mean, honestly, it was a very good adaptation, right?
Yeah.
Just barely jumps out. Okay.
Iron's what? Iron's like 30. I feel like Iron's older, right?
Definitely older. Like not
older
us,
than,
but
like
older than OG Kid.
Yeah. I mean, who isn't, right?
It's true.
Oh, you know what? Actually, might not be. Maybe we didn't get spoiled. Maybe this is Iron doing grown man working hours here. We'll find out, I guess. We've been on such a long ride. I'm invested.
We have. I think this is fine. I think grabbing ledge during invincibility is totally fine. Not something you bully them for. Cool wave dash, actually, like super long wave dash.
From
OG Kid.
True.
Like to get that, like Puff doesn't have the greatest wave dash, but that like little run up grab.
Oh, he's got to come down. He's burning jumps. I feel like OG Kid not particularly precious with his jumps.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. Side B again. Yeah, I've been side Bing every single time. Once more. Yep. OG Kid not to pound or something. Like I don't know what that was exactly, but not
looking at this
on the ledge. Yeah. Right.
Okay. This is scary. I feel like this is actually not at all where you want to be with his Iron.
See, if you're Iron, you got to be thinking like, what does OG Kid want right now? And it's like to get like a single hit
And then
he
up
gets
for
the
the
stock
rest.
anyway. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
so just like don't give that single hit.
Just
which you already
don't get
did.
grabbed.
And like, Iron traded it for a stock, which is worth it, of course.
This is big.
This is huge. But we saw OG Kid
Ooh.
turn around before.
He's
Up
getting,
smash.
yeah.
But, you know, ambiguous. You want the grab, but you got to up smash there.
Yeah,
It's over,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Game
Called
5.
out for the habit. That was
yeah, the
you know,
the desperation
whole,
pound.
The whole habit, the entire game.
Yeah, and I appreciate that it was Iron's counter pick, but having
Yes.
FD and not having the side plats to pound under, really, when that is your game plan, makes it hard to play your game plan.
I still think that, like, I know I'm simultaneously saying people should, like, not play lane, but I think that OG Kid should have let Iron come to him more.
Mm.
I think, like, because you don't have to play, like, you know when, like, you're, like, fighting your kid brother and you put, like, your hand on his head and he's trying to punch you and he, like, can't quite hit you?
Yeah, yeah.
You need to do that, but, like, as Jigglypuff. You need to be like, yo, like, you think you can get me?
Right, yeah.
But you cannot.
You have to be really just, like, deliberate and ambiguous with that distance.
Exactly, and that's not the same as, like, I'm just going to run away all the time. It's, like, be tricky, you know,
Yeah.
get in their face and then trick them.
I agree.
All right.
Axe's Young Link. Is he just going young Link this tournament in general, or?
I would assume no. I assume this is just like up for pools thing.
I mean, he's playing Pikachu in doubles, but obviously doubles is different.
His Young Link is cool.
His Young Link is, yeah, it's. Yeah, I agree. I think Young Link. I'm a Young Link believer.
You're a believer of
I'm
Young
a
Link.
little
Not
bit of a
just
believer.
an enjoyer, but a believer.
Oh, I'm not an enjoyer, but I am a believer.
Oh, not an enjoyer either.
I think that there is no way that a character with that many projectiles and that much mobility is as bad as people seem to think he is lately.
I get what you're saying, but how does he kill?
Down smash off RTC.
Okay, what else?
Bomb into down air.
That's the main one, yeah. Wow, crazy recovery.
You just nair him off stage and edge guard.
The edge guarding is kind of tough, actually,
But
depending on the
the thing is,
situation.
he's
Like,
fast enough to RTC. So you play for knockdown, and then you can RTC.
It's hard to get a knockdown even with the stuff that you have. Like,
I mean, I feel like
there's a knockdown at 125 or whatever. Like,
true.
Let's see what he does at like 0.
Okay. All right, no knockdowns yet. Because also we have Rocket here, who's been turning it up. Okay, there we go.
There we go. Got the first open up. Ooh.
Oh, he's trying to cook.
Let's go, Axe. Down air, keeping it simple.
Yeah, whenever my full disclosure, my Young Link is horrendous.
I don't think that you're like wrong in that. I think that the knockdown can be good. I just think it's like getting the situations. It's a very classic, like, whether you're wrong or right. I'm not trying to like say that you're wrong. More just that, like, this is, I think, how people often discuss characters, where it's like, look at how good they are at X thing, or look at how bad they are at Y thing.
Right.
And like, I'm not saying I know, because it's so hard to like ever be able to even take in the complete picture. And I think you're right that Young Link has a lot of like really, really good neutral tools.
Yeah. But like, what is so the floaty matchups? He just times them out.
Okay.
I know that
Yeah,
saying
which sucks,
just is
you know,
trivial,
like-
but it's true. He's like the best camper in the game, arguably. He's among the best campers in the game.
He certainly has the ability to camp. That was a really good tech.
Yeah, crazy tech. He has a great dash dance.
Yeah.
Right. It's good fast jump squat. Decent projectiles, and he can RTC.
I think he just really struggles to get the knockdown and really struggles to get the kill. And those like two things
are
like,
big. No, I agree.
In some matchups, there's some that he's not as bad in, but
yeah, I think. Look, I'm not signing up to play Young Link anytime soon.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. I don't fully disagree. I'm just kind of being like this is like you're giving one side, and I feel like this is the other compelling side to it.
Yeah, because like, what does he knock down with? I'm sure like what is back air knocked down at? Like 105? No, I mean Nair is probably like 40 or something like that, right?
No, it's way higher. You can CC Nair for quite a while.
You can CC it, like true CC it, yeah.
Yeah. But like that's why like he's like anytime he gets an opening, it's because he catches him jumping.
Like to me, the real issue that he has is that he has all this mobility, but you can't really use it for an approaching aerial because you don't have a jab good enough to get you out of not getting shield grab. Like to me, that's the scary part.
It's definitely a good point. Okay, so you get a raw grab. Not really able to convert off the grabs as well. That's another thing. And like the CC stuff isn't there, and then your grab tech isn't really that powerful.
I mean, off down throw, you got a great grab game, right?
But like this is required like a pretty solid tech chase just to get like 40, and I feel like other characters, like what Fox gets off of a grab.
I mean,
I'm up throw, up smash.
He's not
get 30.
He's not a
right
top
there.
tier.
No, I know.
But compared to worse characters, I think like people are putting him in like bottom 5 lately.
Oh, that's insane.
That's what like,
that's
I feel like
yeah.
he's still got some sauce, I think.
Actually, I have a thought. I want to ask you your thoughts on this because I was thinking this the other day. I think we should have more lists about that, more tier lists that are not tier lists and are instead points from 1 to 100. Because I think it would tell a lot more about the way people view characters. Is like, let's say, for example, you're like, yo, like Fox is, I don't know.
Like, you want to know where the gaps are.
Yeah, I want to know where the gaps are. Because I think the tiers don't actually speak to the gaps well. They say there is a gap. But, like, let's say, for example, the, like, S versus the A. So, like, S would be, the Foxes, the Falcos, etc. A might be, like, a Peach or a
right, but
Falcon.
A's probably closer to S than, like, B is to C.
Exactly.
I got you.
I think that, like, it fundamentally, like, doesn't really communicate what we're trying to communicate that well. And so, like, maybe in the context of Young Link is maybe like a 30, but Bowser's like a 3, you know? And so 30 is still pretty crap, but like 3 is unbelievably bad. And I don't know if you really capture that with like, well, one's a D tier and one's an F or something.
Yeah, I think like, I think like, the 2-axis alignment charts, like, I think those are like great for that because you can get distances between people.
Yeah.
I think also like.
I think that's what we should do, honestly.
Yeah, we should do that. The other axis can be maybe. I think like broadness of like matchup spread is like the other another good axis. Where
it
like
could just have one axis too. It could literally just be like
where
how
there's like
good
space
I think they are,
between them.
on a sliding scale, like a timeline.
Right. It looks like a Mario Kart race.
Yeah.
Where there's like you see the gaps between the.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I think there's also something to be said for like matchup specific utility versus. Like
like it's like Rishi's video. Have you ever seen that about like how like there are certain characters that are good if they were just counter picks, but it's not worth it to learn them basically.
Right.
And Young Link is
one of them.
Yeah.
Because he's Camp Monster.
Yeah.
Actually, not Axes, and actually not Rockets. I think Rocket plays pretty cool.
I think Rocket plays really cool. Actually, I'm a big Rocket fan.
But Young Link just broadly.
Cancel. Okay, that was up tilts. That was a crazy fast nair.
Man, he cooks sometimes.
Axe saying, I'm just going to play faster than you, and that will solve a lot of my problems.
That's, it's hard not to for him. I feel like, I mean, Melee is such an execution-based game. People like to downplay it. People like to talk about it like it's really cerebral.
They downplay it way too much. It is actually so execution.
Well, and I mean, I think you and I are both, not to lump you in with me, can both be guilty about getting too granular with the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? I think Melee is like 70%, 80% just raw execution.
Oh, yeah.
Clean and fast.
It's pretty dumb, and like it's pretty unga bunga in a good way.
I mean,
and when you try to make it not unga bunga, it's actually bad. I think.
I know a lot of dumb fuckers who can mess me up in Melee.
Oh yeah, we all do. We all do.
But it's just like sometimes it doesn't matter, man. It's not like a game that's played like in like an essay. It's
yes.
There's like such a huge execution component.
Yes, and like. Again, simplifying things into what is actually important versus not important. Like I gave that example of like viewing Jigglypuff as someone that plays rock, paper, scissors with like really big rock or whatever.
Right.
And like that, it doesn't have to be that much more complicated than that. Like, you know how people give matchup advice and they'll be like, oh, you should up tilt more? Maybe you should up tilt more.
Yeah,
maybe that's all you need to do.
I mean, my roommate's pretty good at Melee. And and he constantly says that he thinks that people overcomplicate Melee. He's like, you're going to crash out about this one, but we were talking about Falco the other day, and he's all these people talking about laser heights, like it's shoot some high ones, shoot some low ones, and like
I agree.
And it's like you're focusing on the wrong things. It's like
of course.
It's like just mix them up. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely. I made the video on laser heights because they are important to understand.
Yeah.
But most problems in Melee can be summed up as just don't be that predictable.
Yeah.
and then like try to figure out ways where they're predictable, and then just like
And
punish
exploit
it
it,
in
yeah.
safe ways if you can.
Mhm.
It's not as deep as like maybe you'd like it to be, and that's why I'm not that good.
But
you
I
know,
also
like
same. But I also think there's like a beauty in it being that fundamental.
oh yeah,
I think we have done a maybe like a generational disservice to Melee
we fumbled.
by trying to paint it in a way that is inaccessible.
Yeah,
I think we've made Melee too complicated for its own good. Not even in terms of actually like the practice of playing it, but in the way that we talk about the game, and we put it on this pedestal of being like difficult and the Melee is so hard and that's why it's sick. It's like no, Melee is sick and it's hard, but it can be sick without engaging with all the hard stuff at the beginning.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is really hard though, and the flip side to what you're saying is I think we downplay how hard it is, and that could be a problem in a different way.
I agree, but
Like I think we say like, oh, it's not that hard. You just do this, and it's like, dude, that took you like 80 hours to like get muscle memory for it.
I think people say like people scoffing at the idea that Fox short hopping is hard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's clearly hard.
It's so hard. I
up
couldn't.
here with Puff is like against Puff, it's really hard.
Yeah, like
she's so light.
People just take this stuff for granted, and it's because we are so far down that path.
I mean, you said this yourself with Moki, man. Like I've posted clips and I'll say to my friends, I'll be like, "What do you guys think of this?" And they'll be like, "It's pretty good, but it's not like Moki level, you know?" And I'm like, "I can't believe
like,
that's
who is?
That's like the standard." And
Like,
I've had some clips that are Moki level, but it's like they're few and far between. You know, it's like one, and then you have another 30, and then you get another one, and he's getting one every set.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, it's like who, it sucks because it gatekeeps, right? We, like as much as I, was ragging on bad combo videos before, it's it's sick that people can make combo videos.
Yeah.
I love as much as it's fun to dunk on people. I love a Reddit combo video of like stomp missed knee accidental F smash, and it's
you
like
need to see them every
dude,
once in a while.
I am so happy that you're excited about this because I was excited about this stuff too. Right?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever watched like old? Do you have combo videos of yourself?
No, I don't. But I go back and watch. I mean, I watched sets from like a month ago and I cringe. But like, it's so quaint. I love it.
I have like you can like trace the timeline of my combo videos from like 2014 to 2025, and like the old ones are like not good. They're just like very fundamental stuff. Like
yeah, that's kind of the charm of it, right? Is like it's okay to be excited about where we are right now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like some of these combo videos are from like 2016 or something, so it's also like, it was a different world back then. But my latest one though is pretty good. I will give myself that. It's got some good ones.
This is the thing that we've got this before. I don't know if Jake's messing with us.
Oh, people say that we sound similar?
That we sound. Chat, press 1 if we sound similar.
I wouldn't say that we sound
press
similar.
Press 2 if you're just being dicks. We're going to... Let's go.
There you go. You got it, Chroma. You got it. Over time, you got it.
Hey, we got there. We're on similar wavelengths.
I think we are on similar wavelengths, yeah.
Yeah, we are the... all those jokes about how Melee commentary is just a bunch of, like, old washed-up white guys? Like, just nerds?
Yeah.
I think there's actually a lot of diversity in Melee commentary pool.
Yeah. But we're
it's not us.
It's not us?
We're the two whitest guys on the mics, dude.
I think I get painted. I get put in that role.
You are not gonna argue with me that you are not.
I am very textbook white guy.
Dude, I'm gonna crash out.
I am very textbook white guy, but I think people don't realize like there's like a whole. I don't know how to put it. Like when you meet some guy who grew up in Saskatchewan or something.
Yeah.
Like there's a difference, It's like when you hear like they made like the whitest possible paint or like it's like the brightest possible like. I'm not quite there yet, but it's still white. They're both still white. You're like,
Yeah.
It's still white, but
I get where you're coming from.
I mean, there are notable commentators that are far whiter than me. I would say.
Okay.
You don't think Fendrick Lamar is whiter than me?
Does he commentate anymore?
He's a notable commentator still.
I guess, yeah.
We'll get the chat take, but I mean, even Chroma, I think, has got to be on par.
I mean, hey, chat can decide.
They can.
Chat, let me know who the whitest commentator is.
I'm fine if it's me, but I think it's like, if it is me, that's like probably a good thing.
It might be me too. I'm not judging. We're in this together. Fendi? Okay.
I feel like
real.
it's Fendi, like without a doubt, but like.
Okay.
Seal.
Both of us? I'll take it, man.
I think you're right that Willow is my name. You are white, but you are right that is the whitest thing to do. But I think there's definitely levels to it. But yeah, if we combined, like, yeah, I think he's one up again. Like, yeah, there are levels to it. But thankfully, we have a very diverse roster of commentators.
No, we do. It's pretty cool. I think. I mean, tournaments are a little bit of a.
Like a melting pot or something?
I was going to say a sausage fest, just kind of fundamentally. So commentary has a lot of male representation.
Yes, they are definitely that.
But, I think people are getting more opportunities.
Yeah. I think it's like a pretty diverse scene, though, which is good.
No, I agree.
Like, I do think, like, I grew up in, like, one of the most diverse areas in the whole world.
True.
So I like I would really dislike it if we were just this. It was a bunch of me's all the time. I think it would suck. It sucks so hard.
That is one of the coolest things about Melee is that it is like a pretty great unifier, right? It brings in people from such disparate backgrounds, and y'all get to talk about, get passionate about, I don't know, the 25-year-old video game.
Video games, yeah. I mean, I will say, I also have heard some truly insane justifications where people will be like they'll try to push the all these white people thing, and then they'll just start like painting mixed race people as white. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, look, if Walt isn't white,
I never said Walt. Walt's a quarter Chinese. That's different,
A quarter, does that count?
I am not the person to comment on it. But yeah. I think if someone is like, if someone is mixed race and identifies as mixed race, and then they're like, nah, you're just white. It's like, what is wrong with you, dude? Yeah. So I just think that's really, like, people will say this, like, they will like literally be like, yeah. And it's bad. It's like, who are you to say? Again.
Hey, look, man, I know mayonnaise when I see it. I'm kidding.
I think there are notable people. I'm sure we can all think of someone. Oh, yeah, I remember. Right, yeah. Freaking when they called hugs. Yeah, okay, I'm not going to go into this. This is like the one topic that we should not go into.
No, what is it? What is it?
Well, people were like, oh, this guy on Twitter was trying to argue that Hugs was white. And I was like, does Hugs think he's white?
What, Hugo Gonzalez?
Exactly, right? Like, it's like if Hugs is, like, it was so like, how are we doing this? And and people are trying to like, actually you about like, it was interesting. But again, it's there's landmines all over me, so it's a dangerous topic, but but yeah, so
no, it is.
I saw a famous image of white Hugs before. That is a good image.
So I know we already gave you Axvel. That was wrong. That was the Falco before. This is actually Axvel.
Oh, okay. So we're learning that this is actually Axvel.
So who was Axe playing before?
Axe is playing. Let me see who it was. It was Bish. Sorry, Valk played Bish. Axe played Uncle Gusby before.
All right, so this is actually Valk. So I'm projected to play Valk tomorrow, I think, or this young Link, unfortunately. So that is scary.
I'm seeing people in the chat talking about like people kind of embarrassing themselves in the scene. I think like honestly most Melee people have like a really cringe moment. Oh my God, Chroma, come on! I'm putting the phone away. Get that out of here.
Oh, I mean. I don't know. I like fielding chat questions.
I do too, but I'm just
Just
trying to,
not in this moment.
not that one.
Man doesn't like a challenge. But let's.
Actually, on the last thing I'll say about radar being super white is a fun thing I'll do in the Melee Stats Discord is just like look up my name every once in a while because they almost exclusively use my name for that purpose. Like they'll be like they'll try it kind of like a who would be the textbook like straight-laced white commentator.
Right.
And so they'll just say like the funniest shit. It's like I can't think of a good example. 8 out of 10 of them are probably from Chroma or Wheat, but they're very, very funny. And I actually do get quite a kick out of just seeing
I mean,
get brought up for no reason.
I'm sure I would get it more too if people knew who I was. You know, we'd be in this, we'd be on this ivory voyage together.
I do not post the white thumb emoji. That was a small period that I have not done for many, many years. But anyway, to answer the people who said, didn't these two just play? There was a little bit of a technical issue where it was, I've already forgotten the tag.
Something Guspy or something?
Yeah, something like that. And
what? Uncle Gubsy. So this is
the Uncle Gubsy?
The one and only.
The one and only?
So this is actually Axe Volk. Looking like Axe Uncle Gubsy, honestly. I mean, honestly, Volk should probably just take credit for the first one because that was rough.
That's true.
That was a bit of a burial.
I don't know if I like. I mean, I don't hate Yoshi's here. Yoshi's is like that should have been a single hit up air, by the way. Single hit up air, shine.
Hey man,
I'm telling you right now.
I'm not judging. Volk just cooked.
Volk did just do pretty well, but that's something we need to see more of. Is we see it from Mango. But it's really good. There's a lot of situations where it's like objectively like the best thing.
Yeah. No,
Ooh, wow, look at that.
I think it's so crazy that people gaslit Falco players for years into thinking they couldn't watch Mango VODs.
Oh, I completely agree, actually. I completely agree. This whole don't ever watch Mango. It's just too confusing. It's like, what are you guys talking about? It's like, I'm not saying I can play like him, but it's like most of the stuff he's doing is not that crazy.
It's like, especially off punish, it's like...
And when I say that crazy, I mean like crazy is in the sense that it's really, really good, but it's not like no one can understand this. It's not teachable. Like you can't take anything from his play because it's just simply too weird. It's the same as HBox used to be like, you can't practice puff, also a lie. But...
Yeah, I mean, I think he just wanted to be the only one.
But
now if you look at the top 100, there's actually 37 puff mains in the top 100.
We did it.
Yeah. We've saved Melee, guys.
We saved Melee.
Emplyman doing immeasurable harm to the Melee community.
God. Actually a fact, though. Okay,
No.
I love the way that Valk is moving right now. I love the way Valk moving so quick that actually Axe not able to do the fun little Young Link things.
Yeah. No, Valk really cleaned this up.
This to me says Valk being like, yo, I'm going home. I'm going to Yoshi's, my favorite stage. It's Falco's best stage. Like that is the words coming out of Falco.
I get it, man. I love Yoshi's.
Oh, it's an amazing stage.
It's far and away my favorite. I kind of think we've been in the game for a long time.
Decent amount of time.
The whole time, the stage list, the banning process, everything's been the same.
Yep.
So it
Except
feels
for Congo Jungle.
Right, but I mean, even when that was around, it never even got banned. It just was just like, let's not do that anymore. Like 2015. But I think we can change it up. Thought experiment. What happens if we have 3 starters and 3 counter picks? And it's just Yoshi's Battlefield Dreamland.
I told you that he was going to switch. I knew. He was just playing like, oh, it stopped being fun anymore.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I know. It's like, oh, I have to try.
3 starters.
Yoshi's Battlefield Dreamland. Big, medium, small. You win RPS.
Oh, no, we don't want to have Dreamland.
You both ban one.
Starter. Get that Dreamland out of there.
No, I think Dreamland starter. I think those 3.
Oh, that's a Yoshi main take in my opinion, man. I feel
I
like
don't like Dreamland.
It's not that I think that Dreamland is good for Yoshi. I think it's too bad for too many matchups.
Okay, but now think about it. So name a matchup.
I just think when I say bad, I don't mean like favored. I mean like I don't want to play there for certain matchups.
Right.
Like I don't want to be like playing like a Samus Ditto on Dreamland and then I don't know.
Okay, but you ban 2. You have 3 starters. You ban 1. They ban 1.
This is clearly one of those things where you've thought it through and I'm just being exposed to it now. So I'm struggling to see the vision, even though the vision probably is there.
Right, but it's like let's look at it. Falco.
Yeah, help me out.
Falco Pikachu.
Okay.
3 stages.
Yeah.
Yoshi's Battlefield Dreamland. Which one do you ban?
Battlefield Dreamland. I don't really want to, like, I want to play on Yoshi's. I don't really care about the other 2, to be honest.
Right. But which one do you ban?
Probably Dreamland.
Right. And so he's going to ban Yoshi, so you start Battlefield. Is that bad?
I actually hate Battlefield. That's my hot take.
So then you ban Battlefield and you start Dreamland. You're fine.
I guess so. I'm a Battlefield hater. I'm one of like the rare in that way.
Yeah, not common.
In the meantime, Pikachu. If you can edge guard this character, the matchup feels very different. But it's hard to do. A lot of it has to do with like getting invincibility on your back airs.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think like not a lot of Falco players that aren't like in the very top have put time into like mapping out because you just don't play the matchup that often.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember Moki actually did a Kirby Kaze lesson talking about that specifically.
True.
All right.
I think I know that Swift thinks that this matchup is miserable for Pikachu.
It is. It is. It's like Pikachu should not be winning. Like,
yeah.
Falco has a lot of issues, but Falco players talk about certain like less common matchups as if like they're difficult for Falco instead of like they should be treating it more like the way you treat like, I don't know, Sheik versus a lot of like bad characters where it's like, dude, like Falco, every character that's like a Pikachu, you combo in almost the same way. Like, tell me that it's not kind of easy. It's the hard characters that are like more unique to combo. You just do like some pillar stuff. It's really, that's not to say that there's no depth to it, but like the irony is that the Fox matchup is like infinitely more difficult, but you're just so used to it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of matchups that are like that.
Yeah.
Right? It's like I mean, and I lost to Fox today, but I think the Fox matchup feels, just because we're all so familiar with it, it feels so attainable for so many characters.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's really, also, I think it's actually just like objectively a pretty good matchup for Falco. Even if at the highest level, like maybe Fox wins, I think like at most levels, Falco wins.
Yeah. I think there's like a when you're in pre-RTC territory,
yeah,
I think that, you know,
you for sure win, for sure.
Though I feel like we've the timeline, the meta progression of being a new player or like a worse player now versus like
it's so
a decade ago,
yeah.
It's changed because RTCing is on the table early now.
It is. I just think that like the way I would put it is like Falco is one of those characters where you can get like a kind of a fucked up win. I don't know what the language guidelines for this stream are, by the way.
I've already sworn.
Like you can get fucked up wins on Fox, and it kind of feel like a little stupid, in the way that like, I'm trying to think of another example of a matchup that's like that, where it's like, yeah, you were still playing well, but like really the matchup is kind of a little silly, and like you can sometimes just be the worst player and still win. I think Fox can do that, or Falco does that versus Fox sometimes.
Well, because quietly, Falco is the reversal character.
Yeah.
He is the best reversal character. Where you sometimes, if you hit hard enough, you don't even need to play neutral because they're going to do it for you.
Yeah.
Right? You get you spot dodge shine, you CC shine, you just up tilt or down air in place. You're going to get some openings. You know, shield drop shine. There's lots of.
Oh, for sure. Shield drop shine, one of the greatest things in the game.
Yeah, I mean like, and I think that those things can carry people so far. Again, it's more like centralizing stuff. But again,
yeah,
almost every character has this stuff. Just some dumb bullshit.
Yeah, and then the scam is when the characters or when the players try to make you act like Peach players do this all the time. They kind of act as if like, oh, my character has got nothing.
No, it's like, brother, you press C stick down, you get 50% combos.
Exactly. And they're like, yeah, but like we're past that. It's like, no,
you're not.
We're never going to be past that. We're never going to just like, we never forget. You know,
it's always an option. That's like, and especially in some matchups, like that is just the best option a lot of the time. Okay, Aurelian.
Oh, that was actually pretty close.
You know, Yard Sale used to be a Sheik main too at one point. I think 100% used to be an Ices main.
Yeah.
Yard Sale is an Edmonton player who has been playing way longer than I have. But you always see him at the Canadian events. Cool to see. But I always love seeing like players around who maybe even if they don't keep up, they're
still in it.
Yeah.
In some way.
Yeah. It's like there were all those, like just to be part of it. Like I wonder where Matt Deasy is these days, man. Somebody get that guy out.
It's true.
You know, community owes that man a lot.
I think just like it's nice to be like to always have just like a little bit, you know. Like to always be at least 1% melee player at any given time.
I mean, yeah, it's
at minimum.
Because it's hard to have invested that much of your life into a community, into a game, and not to have that like somewhere deep down. Okay.
What a back air. Probably not even that good. Like maybe just Nair would have been better, but I don't even know. Maybe not.
Still fun. Yeah, it's been a bit of a little journey here. Okay. You know what? Maybe sometimes I feel like it's nice to DI out on Peach F throw. Like if you know you're gonna die anyways,
get it over with. Just get me out of here.
Let's just let it be funny, you know?
Chroma is asking if either of us could beat PC Chris. I mean, I do not know if I could, but I think Mono is actually a pretty good player. So
I think like PC Chris like today.
This is the thing. It's just like I don't know if PC Chris is playing now.
I think we likely both do.
I think people, I mean, this is a take that I've had for a while. I think people seriously overestimate how good people were in like 2007, 2008.
Dude, I think people seriously overestimate how good people were in 2015.
Oh yeah. I
mean, I already got flamed for saying this on Wavelength Comms, not with you, but I think if you go back and look at Apex 2015, people are looking not the best. Like the game's changed a lot. And if you go back further than that, it's crazy. I think that it's hard to appreciate how much the game, like in that like peak era of Melee 2015 to 2018, the meta advanced so much.
I mean, like look at like combo videos from that era compared to now, and like most of them you're gonna be like, this isn't that good. Like
no,
it's not that interesting. I'm not saying that the games were bad, but just like that's a testament to like how far things have improved, where like all that stuff is just so standard, and before it was like shocking, you know?
No, I agree. I think a lot of like the all-time great combos are not that impressive by modern standards. Which is going to happen. I mean, and that's
part of it. Yeah.
It's good. It's good that things can keep being like elevating the bar. It just means that it's harder and harder for people to get in and be hype. So I'm.
Oh yeah, like imagine if you're looking at like the 60s and you're looking at like the 100-meter dash, and it's like the same as like Usain Bolt's run. Like you just be like, what is this? What's going on? It should be like, okay, we're progressing, we're pushing, we're like becoming more and more optimized.
Yeah. I wonder if it's pushed away like the capacity for this game to be accessible to people.
Oh,
like
for sure.
If you go back and listen to like Big House 5 commentary, people are explaining like wave dashing and L canceling.
Yeah,
it's like, should we and I'm not going to start doing that because y'all would kill me.
It's, again, we talked about the tragedy of the commons earlier. This is another example of it where it's like, well, you don't want to be the commentator that explains L canceling because everyone's going to flame you. So then no commentators explain L canceling. So then every new person watching is like, I don't understand what the hell's going on. But then none of us can afford to explain L canceling.
Yeah,
the tragedy of the commons explained through Melee.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh, chat saying that we couldn't beat PC Chris.
Of course. If they ever, no one will ever believe any commentator is good unless that commentator was once top 100. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
It's a tale as old as time. But if you become top 100, then they'll be like, Mono could do it.
That's it. I need the badge.
And they've never considered that, like, what if top 100 today was, like, what if top 200 today was top 100 like 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 4 years ago or whatever? Never crosses their minds.
Yeah. All I know is I went back and watched Moki 2017.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, I messed this guy up today.
Oh, yeah.
To him, and he's like, yeah, totally. He agreed. Like it's.
I have had this conversation so many times, and every single time people tell me I'm wrong. So it's like I don't even feel comfortable being like, yeah, you're right, because like it's been like kicked out of me, all the joy and creativity.
Well, I think that, look, we all came into Melee as a thing already in process. It felt older than time.
Yeah.
It's hard not to put the people who were here before us on a pedestal, to say, oh, they were the best that was ever and will ever be. But things have changed, guys. I get that you don't want to say that the guy that you came up with and like had to drive home after locals like 9 years ago is better than the guys that got you into the game in the first place, but he probably is.
I also think like it is still like the same game, so like a lot of fundamentals do carry over, and like, you know, we were talking about people over making the game more complex than it is. Like I think those players get really rewarded by that. Like, you know, if you're someone who's just fundamentally really good at the game, like you probably still will be way later. But like, there's also just the objective reality of how hard people were hitting and stuff. Like,
yeah,
I'm more okay with the people who say like, well, yeah, if they played, but like after like some time they would adjust pretty quickly. Like, I agree with that, sure. But like, you're telling me you go back in a time machine and you play like 2007 Mewtwo King and you don't like absolutely kick his ass? Like, get out of here, you know? But
I think we can tie it back into earlier when we were saying that. Like, way back, we were talking about how people learn to play characters and focus on learning the character as opposed to playing Melee. I think that there is maybe an argument to be made where you say the players today are really focused on learning their character and their punish game, and that there are maybe some holistic Melee skills and fundamentals in like a really abstract way that they haven't focused on to the degree that old school top players did.
Yeah.
That, I think, is the only argument that you can say that old school players still had fundies that new school players don't.
But the thing is like the reason why those people are focusing on the things that you're describing, as you know, is because like so much of getting better at Melee is being like, you know those situations where you like drop the edge guard? What if you didn't
just
drop
kill
the
them.
You know, what if you just kill them? Like, then the game would look very different. And then just like doing that over and over again. Like,
no, I agree. I
so
think I'm saying this thinking that the best way to get better at Melee right now is to learn the 0 to death. You are going to hit your opponent in Melee at some point. If that converts to a kill and his doesn't, you probably win.
For sure. And like even just basic knowing the different sides of the coin that you flip in different spots and like knowing what the mix-up is and then just playing it over and over again in a creative way, like it's, I don't know.
Yeah,
but people will go, no, you're wrong.
Yeah.
People were the greatest. You would get absolutely, completely destroyed.
Yeah, I also would argue that neutral game is informed by your mutual understanding of punish game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, things become better or worse decisions in neutral based on what the reward you are or are not going to get from that opening.
Absolutely.
And so as people's punish develops, your understanding of neutral also develops. And in the same way that Puff getting up throw arrest when everybody's bad is so huge and worth throwing out and just spamming, as people get better, that becomes worse risk reward because you can get punished really badly for those high risk decisions. In that same way, modern neutral has become a whole lot more defensive because making those big reads and those big risks is not worth it anymore.
Of course.
And so I think also, even if they have this abstract, fundamentally sound idea of good neutral, like it probably doesn't hold water today.
All I'll say is Mewtwo King thought Falco was the best character in 2013 in an era where Marth did not take laser fair in the matchup. And anyone who's ever played Falco Marth knows just how important take laser fair is and how like talking about like, oh, this guy, he knew everything about Melee. When like one of the most common matchup tools did not exist, it's kind of like, to me, a really good example of like, okay, wait, maybe they're actually missing quite a lot, you know? Like,
all right. Are you just running sets the end of the day? Is that kind of the vibe?
Okay.
Yeah, because we've already been going. We've already over.
Yeah, we're definitely over the block, but I feel bad just like dipping.
All right, you want to do this? Want to answer 2 questions from chat?
Sure. What are the questions?
I don't know.
Wait. We have to like agree to the questions before.
AMA.
All right.
And Radar's going to answer it. I'm kidding.
I feel like I would be shocked if anyone could ask me. I don't think I could beat 2016 PPMD. No, I think that's. I think PPMD's actually play style has transferred over. I think pretty well to the modern era because his neutral is still, I think, really good by today's standard, but his punish is pretty bad. But I think I would struggle to get. Like it would still be really difficult to deal with.
That makes sense. I think I could beat 2016 PPMD because I play DLC. And I have played him on unranked, and I think I could beat old him.
Ooh.
So.
Ooh.
But like I said, I play a matchup.
That's the other thing too is you play some of these fucking players, and you don't even like. It's like and then people have the. Again, it's not even worth getting me angry. But like some of these people that people will hype up, it's like I literally played them today. Like, but whatever, fine. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not mad.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Who will be the next top 100 to reach top 10?
What was? Oh, I don't think I'm loaded. What was it?
Who's the next top 100 to beat? Of the top 100, who's going to be reaching top 10 next? The way you can tell whether someone's going to reach top 10 is basically the speed of their improvement and if they keep improving. If they start to plateau almost at any point, it's not looking great. So, like, if you think about people who are, like, just...
I kind of agree, but I also think that there are lots of cases of people who plateau, and then they figure something out, and they just explode up the ranks.
Sure, but...
Think of, like, what's his name? J Flex.
J Flex? But, okay, I would argue that, like, you know, J Flex still never top 10. You know?
Right.
So, like, I think...
He's top 30.
I would argue that it's another good example of, like, someone who's going to become, like, literally the best in the world is someone who doesn't ever get, like, stuck. I genuinely don't believe that, like, I won't call out any names. I'm trying to not be controversial. I'm trying to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Pick a player that you like that's been, like, relevant for a long time but never quite been, like, in that top 5 conversation. They're never going to make it. You know, if they've just been good and off and on good, but they're never quite, like, you know, getting there for whatever reason, they're never going to make it.
You know who I think's the real deal? Rap Monster.
Oh, we're getting a bunch of that in here. But
is that what they said? I think Rap Monster is disgusting.
So, like, I'm seeing, like, people, like, there are some exceptions. Like, okay, different people are going to have different explanations for it. Like, maybe, like, someone like I'll call out, like, a Shroomed or something. Mm-hmm. Shroomed is someone who I think, like, is really clearly very naturally talented at the game. Like, plays at any era and is still doing well. And so probably the issue is more like, is his practice disciplined? Is he willing to, like, work on his mistakes or something? Mm-hmm. Whereas other people, it's more like there's always, like, an explanation for it. And it's not always like they're not talented. Maybe it's like they're never willing to try. Like, they start to get caught in, like, a bubble.
Right.
You know, they're like, I'll never pick a secondary for this character. I'll always just do the same thing over and over again and hope it works out.
Okay, so you believe in smash eugenics. It's like it's a biological.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the opposite. It's not that talent stuff does make a difference. It's more like, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say HBox never figures out how to beat Zane. That would really, really, really be bad. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, HBox is someone who I actually think will go, I got to figure out an answer to Zane, or I'm never going to win another tournament again. Other players do not do that. They go, shit, I'm playing Zane again. Well, GG's. And those people will never be top 5. And it's like, that's an example scenario of like, man, my plan for dealing with this thing is I hope I don't deal with it.
Yeah. You know what I also think is a really good marker for people getting really good? How mad do people get when they lose? Not just at Melee, but at anything. I think most of the people who get really good at this game are those
who they care enough.
Those people with that like personality disorder where they can't handle losing. Like they get way too upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely
that's a winner's mentality.
You have to be like pretty psycho.
Like a little bit.
Sure.
To want to get that good at anything, you have to be a little psycho. And like that's a quality that like I admire in a lot of ways. Like I'm being facetious. I'm like making it sound like a negative,
but you're also being serious. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty cool to get that good at anything.
I mean, that's like the ping pong, the animation, or pick any sports anime where it's like someone caring that much. So you're kind of almost jealous that they care that much. But Oh, we got a Vish match.
Okay, Vish and BZ.
Oh,
that
shit.
sounds like a good one for me to end it on, I think.
And the thing is I see people in the chat being like, oh, but what about blank person? Sure, there's always going to be an exception to any rule, but I think generally speaking, like that to me is a big red flag. If a player is bad, if a player has something that's like holding them back from winning, and their solution is like to not try to fix that, I think that's really, really a bad sign. If they were like a stock, I wouldn't buy it, kind of thing. Is what I'm getting at.
True. Oh, okay. So it was a non-top 100 player. So I was the question actually to break in, but also Rat Monster still applies.
Okay.
So, let me see. Chroma with a good take. The biggest thing in Melee is if your circumstances allow you to no-life Melee for 5 to 7 years. I kind of agree. I think that if you look at the top, like most good Melee players either come from a situation of moderate privilege, or of pretty much having nothing.
So definitely, like, that is true. The thing is like, it's true in the way where, like, when we talk about tech skill, and I was saying, like, we're in, like, a post-tech world, like, talking about becoming good at Melee just assumes that you're going to go to tournaments. You know what I mean? So, like, it's almost, like, in some ways not worth bringing up because it's like, oh, well, like, if you don't go to events and you don't pay money out of pocket to go to these events and blah, 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 then, yeah, you're not, like, you know, I think kind of, yeah, if you want to, like, beat Michael Jordan, you have to play with him kind of thing. Like, so, yeah, I agree with Chroma, but it's almost like that's a given. That, like, what's the next step past that?
No, that's fair. Okay, Vish up on BZ.
I actually
earlier.
think, though, I saw someone saying that, like, Melee, like, is too people don't work, like, hard enough at Melee for talent to matter. Talent definitely matters.
Talent
100%
matters.
That's like another, like, Melee, like, jerk-off moment where people, like, are like, oh, talent doesn't matter. And, like, you know how I know this? So I have a fair amount of talent with certain games, certain strategy games, where I will just be like, get really good really quickly, and that talent does not exist for Melee. And the way people talk about Melee that I think are very talented is the way I feel about these games, where I'll be like, someone will be, I don't know, pick a game. Like, let's say it's like TFT or something, or Hearthstone, or Magic, or whatever, right? I'll be like, oh, like, it makes sense because blank, 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 and they'll be like, I don't know, I guess I just wasn't really thinking about that. And then that's how fucking Leffen will talk about Melee. He'll be like, well, what do you mean? You just do this. And I'll be like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't intuit that. And so then people try to tell me, like, it doesn't exist when every top player I talk to, it's just like, they're kind of like, you see, it kind of just makes sense. And you're like, to you, you know, like, other people are having to really, really, like, think it through.
Yeah, well, I know that, for example, with Moki, when he was learning Mario 64 speedrunning, like, he was improving at, like, an unreasonable,
for sure,
like, just unenjoyable rate. Honestly, it was upsetting to me. But I know that he had heard, I think, from GTM that he was improving faster than almost anybody that he'd seen, other than, like, you know, like green Suijis of the world. But I think
other than maybe the GOAT of the entire game right now. So.
Yeah. I mean, definitely the GOAT of the entire game. But I think that, I think the greatest talent in Melee and in video games is the neural plasticity of youth. Just being young. And
I actually disagree.
You disagree?
I don't think age actually matters nearly as much as people say it is.
I think it does.
I think we've had enough time to actually disprove this too.
Okay.
I think back when I was like a wee lad playing StarCraft 2 competitively, people used to talk all the time about, like, you'll age out of esports. And then, like, we just really haven't seen that prove to be the case, you know? Like, we could see Faker, like, age, and he'll still be great. And Mango is aging, and he's still great. I honestly don't think it makes that big of a difference.
But they got in early. Who's somebody who got in late in life? Where's my top 10 fucker who got in when he's 27?
I bet they exist. We'll see that more and more. I honestly don't think that's the factor. I think if anything, it's, I don't know. like that's why I'm not one of those like ping pong the animation simps, but one of the things I really respected about that anime is that scene where like Smile says to the guy like he's like, why have I put all this time in and I'm not getting better? And he's like, because you're just not talented, bro. Like, because like you're just not that good. You just don't got it. Like, accept reality,
dude.
I think that's actually like it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try and stuff, but like sometimes.
Brother, this is how I know we both went back and have watched too much Scar recently. Because I've been thinking about fucking ping pong the animation too.
Oh, I mean,
we missed that as a cultural touch point.
It's actually like, okay, there are a lot of anime that Melee players should watch, and a lot of the anime that they are watching is not the ones I would be recommending. But the thing that's nice about ping pong is it's 8 episodes.
Right.
So it's just like you just go in, you go out, you get what you wanted to get.
It's a good show.
But yeah, I think like, I don't know, like a great example, you can never, ever, ever, I will die on the hill of, imagine trying to argue that Leffen isn't talented at video games. My man has like become good at like 80 different games, and people will say like, oh, it's learning how to learn. And yes, that is part of it. But like, he's good at like every single genre. It's like, at what point do we go like, okay, maybe it's a little bit talent.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, I think the talent exists. I think that what is it? Is it
hard work beats talent, and talent works
hard?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, to be clear, like you can't get carried by talent alone. No, you can't. It's like what we just said. But it's more like I don't know. Like I just think it's like some things. I feel like I have this perspective because, again, I feel like I've seen both sides of it to a degree.
Right.
Like when I started playing TFT, I think I hit Diamond in like a week. And like when I started playing Melee, like the same process did not take as long. And people could say, well, oh, that's because like TFT is an easier game. And like that's probably true, but like I've had that happen with a bunch of games that are sort of similar, not mechanics-based, more strategically focused, rewards knowledge. And I've also seen Melee players where like they just come in and they're like a sponge. They're like, you know, the Mokis of Mario, you know, where it's like, wow, like you're just getting so good so quickly. There really isn't a way to explain it besides like that, in my opinion.
No, I think so. I think that I think age helps. I mean, I think learning things early and does help with picking them up quickly. But I think you can outwork that. I think talent is pretty fundamental, and I don't want it to be true. And I don't think that it's functionally relevant or useful to think that to dwell on whether you have talent it or not, because it ultimately doesn't, like from an individualistic perspective, impact your experience.
I think more often when people blame their talent as the cause, they're usually wrong.
I agree.
So like that, like I would, you know, you can't be a Melee player and not be like, yo, like you got to grind, you got to do all this stuff. Like I think I'm more just trying to say that like there is that factor, and people don't want to say it because it feels like it discredits everything that they've worked hard on.
Yeah, I think to sum it up, talent exists, but it's not why you're bad.
Most of the time, yeah. It might be why you're not beating Mango, but it's not why you're bad.
Right. I mean, I think that you can be completely untalented and be like a top 30 player.
I don't agree at all.
You know?
I think this is where we disagree. This is.
I think the bar is a lot. Okay, maybe not top 30. Certainly top 100.
Top 30 is quite high. I think even top 100.
I think
is becoming more and more not true.
I don't think so. I think
that's spoken from a very talented player, clearly. Like, I think there's we just don't want to say it. We don't want to imagine that like maybe some of the skill people have, maybe it wasn't earned. You know, maybe some of it actually is just came easy.
I mean, I think some of that's true, but I don't know. I don't want to believe. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
You don't
I don't want to believe.
Melee players do not want to believe, like, that maybe there's a little part of it that's just like, you know, hey. Like,
okay. Are there ways that you can play that mitigate the need for talent? Is that why camping exists?
I think.
I don't need to outplay you.
I think the answer is probably yes for Melee.
Right.
I think there are also ways to play to mitigate the importance of certain skills or advantages,
right?
Like reaction time. But reaction time to me is a good example of something where like, I honestly think over time, the more time is passing, the more reaction time is becoming very, very necessary to be good at this game. If you have like a slow ass reaction time, that actually really hurts you, I think. Like if you're like let's say, okay, Moki was doing the little, it's not a perfect test, it's a pretty flawed test, but like the little Uncle Punch, you know, thing. He's getting like 12 and 13.
Yeah.
If you're getting like 18 and you have a good setup, 5 frames is a huge advantage in this game. Reacting 5 frames consistently.
I guess my other question is how much of that is true reaction and how much of that is trained stimuli?
But okay, there is going to be a functional difference there, but like, let's just assume logically that this exists, right? That some guys got that 13 and some guys got that 18 reaction frame. Isn't that just objectively like a big advantage?
Yeah.
And so then if we think about it like, okay, well maybe the guy who has the slower reaction time has some other skill. But what about the guy who doesn't have the other skill, who just like is objectively got a lower, working on like a weaker overall deck?
I think that my argument would just be that if from a practical standpoint, most people they fall well within the average range.
Yeah.
To the point where it's relatively negligible in terms of competition, except at the very highest level. I think even somebody like Moki still falls probably within the average range of. No, he's like top 5%.
Of what, reaction time?
Yeah.
No, mono, no.
Dude, all I know is I have a crusty ass reaction time and I can RTC.
I think
so
you have a crust. This is like the Mewtwo thing where he was like, oh, my reaction time's so bad. And then he tested it and he's like, oh, it's actually good.
No, it's like I've opened like the human benchmark. I'm in like the 205, 210 range. That I'm not like deficient.
That's pretty good.
I'm not, but for a gamer,
250 is like for a gamer.
For a gamer,
what does a
200
gamer mean? That means that you're already differentiating yourself and being like, okay, well, all the non-gamers don't count.
Okay, well, name a smasher who's not a gamer. I'll wait.
I think this idea, someone is saying, oh, like Philip only has an 18 frame reaction and he's doing great. Yeah, you can be good at Melee without with an 18 frame reaction time. I'm just saying it's really, really valuable. I think like reacting 5 frames quicker is actually like, it helps you like adjust to situations.
Mm-hmm. It's also, that's a false comparison because you are talking about an 18 frame reaction time for correctly identifying exactly what's happening and responding appropriately.
Yeah.
Versus the ability to react 15 frames to a stimuli that you are already anticipating. So it's not just that it's not just that Philip is reacting within 18 frames, it's that it is correctly reacting within 18 frames, which is a very different thing.
It is. I think name a top 10 player that doesn't have goated reaction time right now. You can't.
Kadoran. Oh, he's not top 10 anymore.
I bet Kadoran's reaction time is pretty good, just as a guess, but yeah. Like, who's the top 10 right now? Moki's got a great one. J-Mook's got a great one. Those are the obvious ones.
I bet you H-Boxes is normal.
H-Boxes is a great one. No. H-Box has great reactions. Very good reactions. Mango, very good reactions.
Yeah.
It's you can't find it. I'm serious.
Know. I also think that it's a trained thing. I think that it's like if you practiced RTCing as much as some of these sweats did for the number of years, whether intentionally or not, I think that you would also develop a faster reaction to those things.
I think that's somewhat true, but it's not completely true.
I think it's true enough that it makes it we're still playing, you know?
It's still worth playing. It's not the only thing. Like, talent isn't so big that it's like it should be an excuse or something. But I'm more just thinking like there's going to be like 2 players that get like coaching from the same player, put in the same hours, blah 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 blah, and like I think if you like reset the mind of like Mango, like keep him the same person but just like reset his Melee knowledge. He's just picking up Melee for the first time, and you like put him next to, I don't know, like me. Or like whoever. It doesn't have to be personal. It could be like some random guy, some random O-tour. Like you're telling me that like Mango doesn't improve way quicker? No, like.
I think.
We want it to be true. We want it to be like, no, it's all hard work.
I think Mango is a bit of an exceptional case. I think that there are a lot of guys who were top players when we started playing who were, even if they had like an aptitude more than the average player around them, still were as good as they were because of the head start they had.
Sure, the head start can matter, but I'm just saying that like, you know my point about like, oh, if they plateau, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
I would say like, whatever the explanation is, and it doesn't have to be talent. Like, it's the same kind of idea. Like, some people got it and some people don't. The world is unfair.
Yeah.
You know. But the good news is, it's unfair, and like maybe Melee isn't your thing. That doesn't mean that like you're shit at everything. You know, like maybe like you can't be Mango. You know, but you don't have to be Mango. Like.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like most things in life, most things that like make you money and like allow you to like have a fulfilling, happy life, you don't need to be #1 at.
That's true, guys.
So,
this
isn't a doomer thing. This is like actually a good thing. You know?
Yeah. Maybe it's okay that you're bad, guys.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I give you permission to be bad, guys.
Yeah. I mean, you know what you can do if you're bad? Hit some nasty commentate. Yeah, you and me both, man.
Yeah, but.
But no, hit some nasty clips. Play cool.
Oh, I've hit some nasty clips in my day.
You know what?
Yeah.
At least if you can't beat him, you can at least call him lame.
It's true. It's true.
I think that's the moral here.
I think that the last point too about like you can still be like really really good is important. Like you're talking about like, oh, you can still be top 100. I disagree, but like you can still be really really good. You can still be like top 1% in the game. But like, you know, maybe there are going to be a bit more limits.
I think you could be top 100. They sell it for $250 at a booth over in the corner. What?
I think good players just they surround. Okay, you know what's a good example? Because I was finding this. I said this when I went to my first year psych class after years of not being in school. When you're in the working world, in my experience, you know, you start to become a little bit insulated. You go back to a first-year psychology class and you go, wow, there's some dumbasses in this group. And I'm saying that that's like kind of true in a way with this. And the thing is, the problem that Melee players have is like all they know are like the above-average gamers. Like you said it yourself, like, well, for a gamer, and it's like, okay, so you're already excluding a whole category of people.
Right.
You're racists, you know, like prejudiced. You're just like out here, get those guys. Any non-gamers.
Yeah, no, this is the no true Scotsman.
Or like non-gamers need not apply. That's your policy.
Well, I think that most people who would be attracted to something like Melee are probably a bit of a sweat just by nature.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. So that's the thing. So then they're like, look, our like worst player is still pretty good. And it's like, yeah, but what about like if you have like the random guy that you knew in high school? Like, what if he was playing? What about like that random, you know, like it's like, what about talk about the general population, you know?
Dude, I bet you everybody on the football team in my high school would be more talented at Melee than me.
Maybe.
I think that's the cruel reality of life. Nerds can't even have one thing, man.
We can't. We honestly can't.
But
the nerds had the one thing, and it's like ruining the world. Like the nerds started to get too much power. It was bad. I want to undo it. I want to go back to the old thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough life, man. I feel like I've aged out of having to worry about that, which is nice, but...
When's the next video? I've got just so much going on. If anything, the next video I do is probably not going to be a Melee video.
Yeah? What have you been playing?
I got like really good at Balatro, which I know you're going to say like it's a game you can't be like good at or whatever. I'm like...
No, that's not what I was going to say.
I think people will say that. I'm like hitting fucking... I'm winning like 10 gold stake runs in a row, and people are shit at that game. I'm telling you right now. Okay, the thing is, you guys are saying this, but like, you just don't get it. I'm telling you, like, no one will talk about me being top 200 in Hearthstone or TFT because no one gives a shit. But there is a difference, you know, like.
Oh yeah, you're the Mango of Balatro, hey?
I'm not the Mango of Balatro, but I'm definitely like way more talented at games like that than I am at Melee. I'm like.
Are you like the 404 Cray of Balatro?
Maybe that's closer.
That's pretty good.
You know?
That's pretty good.
It's also a newer game, so like people who don't maybe have as much experience with like the way you have to play those kind of games are sort of it's just maximizing luck. Yeah, thank you, Iblu. You get it. That's the thing. That's the classic, is it's all luck. It's another rant, but we won't go there. That was our last one.
All right, guys.
All right.
Anything else to close it out? Any final comments, final words?
I mean, we'll be here tomorrow. We won't be talking.
Are you guys still on stream?
We're ending right now.
Oh, you just ended.
We're just ending now. Yeah. Well, we're still live right now, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I guess we'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. When are you commentating tomorrow?
I can't remember. I think it's. How do I get taller? I mean, I don't need to get taller, so I don't ever think about it. You know.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just being an asshole for no reason.
Wow.
That's. I thought I'd end it on a rude note.
Yeah, we're.
For you guys.
Remember, guys, it's all about privilege. Whether you are good at melee, tall, or white and commentating, it's you know, you got to work with what you got.
All right. With that, we say.
See you guys tomorrow.
Your chat is killing me. Great stuff, guys.
Right.